Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Sewing Discourse. I'm your host, Lev Polyakov, and with me is Jules Hamilton. And today we're talking with the great and powerful Serpentmound. But before we start, we're going to ask everybody again to subscribe, those who have not subscribed yet. And also, Jules, let's talk a little bit about Patreon here.
So we have new activity on the Patreon. We have two tiers. We have a $5 tier and a $20 tier. For a limited time, one of our frequent regulars on the show, Geo, everybody knows Geo's Content Corner from Twitter. He'll be giving limited edition wood prints to people that become a $20 patron. So,
And these are very
nice.
popular prints, and we have a lot of Patreons that we already got in a couple of days since Geo made this amazing announcement. And one of our great patrons is here with us right now, Serpentmound. You've been a patron of ours for a very long time.
Very, very long. Well, I mean, like I've known you guys for a long time, and like I remember when the channel probably had like, what did it have like? Oh, I don't know, like last December, like 200 subscribers or something. You guys like had just
Yeah,
launched
200 or less.
yeah, and you guys had just launched a Patreon, and I subscribed. So I've been probably one of your longest patrons.
I really appreciate it, man.
I think so. I think you are.
And you have been incredible as far as the kind of things that you posted. And I personally have resonated a lot with a lot of these things for a long time, going all the way back to Graham Hancock, who we had at the National
Yes.
Arts Club. So what was it that attracted you to a lot of these very niche esoteric topics?
Well, the funny part for me is like these were never like esoteric or even niche to me. Like these are just like ever since I saw what was it, Monster Quest on History Channel when I was like 5 years old. Like ever since then, anything paranormal, like out there has always been my wheelhouse. Like I can't remember the name, but there was a guy who wrote a book called like Mysteries of the World or something. And it was like a blue book, it was hardback, and he sold a lot of copies of them. Like you can find them all around, but they were some of my favorite books as a kid. Like I loved reading about that stuff, and they talked a lot about like Atlantis and Lauren Coleman's books, like Cryptozoology A to Z was one of my favorite ones. Just all sorts of stuff like that, man. It was so cool. Just anything that was like out there, anything that, because for me it's like, and I said this if you guys watched my video that I did with Verse Laloon, who should be in here later.
He definitely will be.
Yes, he and I were talking about how if you like with the paranormal and with cryptozoology, it's like if you believe in Bigfoot, like if you actually believe in Bigfoot, you believe that there's still undiscovered stuff in the world. There's still magic in the world. There's still real things that we don't understand that are out there. And to me, that's kind of what it is. You still believe in the magic of the world.
It is kind of like in the Truman Show. I don't know if you saw that movie, but that is a microcosm example of what I think a lot of people are going through today, where you had this dude named Truman who was stuck on this reality TV show island, and one of the things that was constantly emphasized in his childhood when he was in school is that everything's already been explored, there's nothing left to explore, so you might as well do something else with your time. Are you finding that attitude a lot in American society, like the people you're around with?
Not as much as I'd like, honestly. I mean, you can only expect normies to care about so much stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Not as much as I'd like. People are, and I was thinking about this today. I was thinking about making a mega post, like either a thread or a series of posts of my favorite Joe Rogan episodes, of like the ones that he had, like the ones they did with like John Anthony West, Graham Hancock, Randall Carlson, even oh God, I can't remember the guy's name, but the guy that wrote the book American Serengeti, and he talks a lot about the megafauna of Antideluvian America, and just stuff like that. Like normies will watch Joe Rogan, and they may not know who Graham Hancock is, but if you watch one, then those ideas are at least in your head. And I know you'd be surprised how many people watch those. Those have millions of views, and at least on some level, people did understand them. It's just whoever decided to care about it more and sort of dive into it.
Well, Jules, were you in particular interested in a lot of these things? I know that you credit me with introducing you to like Agartha, Antarctica, Inner Earth, all this out there stuff. But you grew up in kind of a different environment, right? Like your environment, you describe it as being a lot more skeptical of a lot of these things.
Well, first, I think Matt Bowe, who is one of our previous Sewing Discourse guests, I think it was he that introduced me to Hollow Earth, but maybe it was you, but I think we'd actually be able to check the record even and see when that posting started. I had a liberal arts education, and we didn't talk about a lot of this stuff in school. Like, we had a pretty traditional classical education. As far as my own household, I think I grew up in a household of skeptics. So I was always a fan of debunking shows and debunking texts and trying to find the demarcation line between myth and reality. Michael Shermer, when I started reading, I pretty much started reading when I was 19. Michael Shermer was one of my intellectual idols. The first book I started reading, because I was dating a girl who read a book a week, and so I said, well, I should probably start reading. I can't keep up with my girlfriend if she's reading a book a week and I'm not reading anything at all. The first one I remember reading was by Thomas Gilovich, How We Know What Isn't So. And it's actually referenced in Nassim Taleb's book, Anti-Fragile. So it does have a very strong explanation for an epistemological base. But no doubt, when we started talking, you opened me to a lot of this stuff I would have felt less comfortable looking at if I wasn't confident about my own epistemology.
Well, recently we had Michael Shermer on Joe Rogan's podcast with Graham Hancock. Serpentmound, you remember that episode?
Yes. Honestly, that I didn't like that one as much. Like, I'm sure like for someone like Jules, like that's a great one. But for someone like me, like, I'm sold. Like, I'm not gonna nothing Michael Shermer is gonna say nothing Michael Shermer is gonna say to Graham Hancock is gonna change my mind. You know, like, I mean, it might, but it's probably not. And for me, that episode was just like a lot of back and forth. And honestly, I think, even from if I was to play neutral, I think Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson like destroyed him. I don't think that they really had too much of a leg to stand on, because it was Michael Shermer and some other guy that called in. It was like some geologist, and it seemed to me, even if I was to take a neutral perspective, that they articulated their points to an extent where, at the very least, it opened some people's otherwise skeptical minds. But that's the thing. I agree with you, Jules. So when I was in high school, I was very much not like a neckbeardy kind of person, but like, at the time in the internet, a lot of it was that sort of the zeitgeist was that fedora, atheist, skeptical culture. Like, if you watch like The Amazing Atheist, like back in the day on YouTube, he was a prominent figure, and Armored Skeptic, who now is a loser. He's a total dick. But yeah, that's what I watched. But I think people don't realize, like, skepticism isn't just believing everything that is told to you by anyone. If you're skeptical, you should be skeptical of everything and then come to your own conclusions. Skepticism doesn't just mean, oh, well, I'm skeptical of like religion, so I'm an atheist. Like, that's not what skepticism means. Like, if you're skeptical, you should analyze everything with a skeptical eye. And if you're analyzing this, like, let's say that there is no truth to myth, you should be skeptical of that claim and say, well, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that there is.
One of my favorite episodes, this is Aryan Cowboy, who's going to be joining us later on at 8 o'clock. He writes, one of my favorite Joe Rogan episodes is the Dan Aykroyd one. And Dan Aykroyd...
That was a good one.
He's really interested in ghosts and that kind of supernatural element of it, which is a very... I wouldn't say it's that different from ancient civilizations. I think the two definitely cross-pollinate. But what is your stance when it comes to this much more metaphysical realm of spirits and things that we can't really define?
I I don't know. And I think to say that you know anything about that is a little bit disingenuous. Because it's like who does know? But I do think that there is a lot that you can study about it. Like I did a post and it kind of blew up. I didn't expect it to blow up, but I made a tweet about how sleep paralysis demons are absolutely real entities and that anything else is medical cut coat. And I feel like that kind of gets at the heart of the issue is if people they have experiences or they interact with entities or phenomena that they can't explain. I think to say that it's all in your head, for lack of a better term, it's really just lazy. It's saying, oh well, the brain's capable of a lot. You can fool yourself of a lot, and I think it's sort of like a very easy, just what's the word? Like a safety cord. You just pull it, and then you're out of the discussion. But I think that if you look into it further, there's a lot of similarities that you can find, and there's a lot of things that start to make a lot more sense once you consider that there is something beyond our material reality.
I definitely agree. When it comes to things that I've personally experienced, I'm noticing that other people have said the same thing. So either our brain works in such a way that we're able to manifest the same visions over and over and over again, or there is something that crosses that threshold of whatever it is that's inside your brain into, people refer to it as the noosphere, as the Akashic records. There's a lot of different words for it, but it's this idea that information is not just
the collective unconsciousness would
exactly collective unconsciousness, that it's not limited just to your brain, but that it's all over the place. Do you personally feel like you are very active outdoors? We're definitely going to talk about the fishing, and
yes,
when it comes to your childhood, like I've constantly heard that children especially, they're very imaginative, but also they experience a lot of things that adults would dismiss as just pure fantasy when they're around the woods, when they're around like the swampland, or like when they're not cooped up looking at their iPad all day, which is wasting away their energy.
So I have a really funny story about this, and I tweeted about this before, but I've never talked about this on a stream. So it ended up not being paranormal, but it's a great story. And so the house I grew up in had a very typical suburban, like you had your backyard and then you had like a 1/4 mile like strip of woods that bordered to like whatever was on the other side. And when I was like 4 or 5 years old, I remember distinctly a few times I would go out into my backyard and I would hear music coming out of the woods, like very distinct. Like it was obviously music. And I was just blown away that like the woods were playing music. I thought that was so cool. It turns out that we backed up to a high school and that was the band practicing. But still, it didn't end up being like a crazy story, but it was still very interesting. It was very cool to kind of live with that in my head. And I didn't even find that out until like 4 years ago.
There's there's another way you could approach that, where certain things in life, they're made to be illusions, but they're things that are done at the right time, at the right place to inspire your imagination, even if they're not done, like we said, like some supernatural way. So all these experiences help.
The woods themselves, like nature, however you want to interpret that, itself is a different world. If you take someone that's grown up in the inner city and you take them out and they see something like an owl, like you really see an owl in a tree, like a barred owl or something, and you look, like you see it, or you just see anything in the woods, even a deer for most people, just seeing a deer walk around and do a deer stuff, that's an encounter with a being that most people have never really interacted with. Well, like exactly, like a good example would be like there's certain fish in rivers, like carp, like a grass carp is like a 30-40 pound fish that really likes to hang out close to the surface. And so if you're in a pond or a lake that has these, let's say you're a kid, and this happened to me, if you're a kid and you're just sort of looking and you see this 30-pound fish just sort of go across the water, that's a mystical experience.
It's like a dragon in a way.
Exactly. You're seeing something that you have no way to contextualize, which makes it like a literally paranormal experience.
I wish more people could be like that. Like, you're constantly surrounded by nature on a daily basis. I mean, right now, I don't know how much of nature you get to experience as opposed to like before.
A lot still. A lot still. I mean, I fish probably 200 days a year. And that's probably a conservative estimate. But yeah, I would say average probably around 200 days a year. Even if you only have an hour or two, just go out to a creek. And that's why, so I know definitely legit, he's a big fan of my channel. But if you watch my channel, you can see that like you can go anywhere. You can go to like a little ditch. And if you have the right equipment and mindset, you can pull just magic out of a tiny little ditch. And it's like a real life loot box. Like you go out, you never know what you might find. And even if it's just for an hour or two, going out and experiencing something and having and it's interesting too, because I feel like a lot of people I don't know if it's a positive or a negative, but a lot of people just go out in the woods to go out in the woods. And sometimes I do that. But for the most part, going out with a definite purpose to me is a lot better than just going out to see, just to see what shows up. Because when you go out to fish, you'll stay for longer. You'll be more alert. You'll be more aware. You'll be more dialed in. And just going out for a walk in a park somewhere, really, it's a I would say pretty surface level way to experience the outdoors.
It's like a meditation in a way that you're doing when you're out there and you have a
Yeah.
certain intention that you want
Yes,
to put out.
exactly.
But how much
And then
is...
and then you see what gets given to you,
Mhm.
because you can't make that manifest. The water gives that to you.
And when you're doing that, how much are you focusing on, let's say, thinking about other things, and how much are you just focused on
Never.
the fish?
Never. That's kind of why you do it. It's like you said, it's like meditation. Like when I'm out there, that is what I am. That is what I become. I step away from I mean, it's kind of like Twitter in a way. I step aside from my physical being. I step aside from who I literally am, and I become something else. I become, I've said before, I become the food chain. I become I become a living avatar of the way that these animals normally live, and I sort of embody that. And I step into that role and use it for, I don't want to say my advantage, but for my for my will, I guess.
That's amazing. I wish I could do something like that, and maybe I will in the future, just to go out there and fish, or just do something with an intention in nature. And it also feels like, you were talking about the barn owls, it also feels like not just these owls and other creatures, but the trees themselves are like these, I think they are physical beings that just occupy so much spiritual space within these woods, that it does become in a way like you're conversing, or you're in the presence of just like a Burning Man festival that's always going on and always just packed tightly. And the trees themselves, like, I'm really fascinated by how they work with their mycelium, where you have a big tree and is able to feed all these other little trees around it. And it does seem like there is a balance that these entities are keeping, instead of trying to be greedy and taking something for themselves. Although there are also invasive species, though, that don't exactly follow that rule. What would you say, like, is this a big concern today to you, that we have, whether it's animals or different plants get introduced? Like, there was a plant that was introduced from China to this forest in Connecticut, and it was like all over the place. And when I looked at it, it did look like some kind of an alien that the Chinese intentionally put out there, just like putting seeds everywhere just to screw around with our natural environment. But I don't know, like,
everything is an invasive species at some point. Because yeah, that's just how things work. Like, horses, most megafauna evolved in America and then expanded outwards into Eurasia. And a lot of things that we have in our area now, at some point, were invasive. So you have to make the distinction of, like, a good example would be carp. Like, just the common carp is invasive. Well, we consider it naturalized now, but it's not native to this area. It's a Chinese fish. Eurasian, I guess. They're all over Eurasia, and they were brought in for food, escaped, and now they're in every water system in the U.S., basically. But they don't pose any major threat currently to any native species. They sort of naturalize. So you have those sorts of invasive species, and then you have things like Asian carp, which is a kind of a misnomer because all carp are Asian. But if you've seen these videos, they're crazy, of the carp jumping out of the water and hitting people in boats. They wreck ecosystems, and there's tons of them in the Mississippi River right now. and they're extremely damaging. And in terms of fauna or flora, you have honeysuckle, you have the chestnut blight, which took out. People don't know about this. People don't know that America used to be very densely populated with chestnut trees, and this blight, this plant disease, was brought over from Japan by one tree in New York, and it killed. I think it's something like 40 million chestnut trees.
Wow.
In America. Yeah, I don't know what the equivalent is, but I think it was like enough plant matter to stretch to the sun and back.
That's like
Was killed.
The chairman Mao of plant life.
Yes, with the sparrows. Yeah.
Yeah, for those who don't know, by the way, with the sparrows, during Mao's reign, they instituted this four pests policy where they wanted to protect the grain. So they decided, you know what, we're going to get rid of these four pests so they're not going to eat our grain. And the sparrows, once they got rid of those, then I believe there was a locust invasion because the sparrows would have eaten the locust otherwise. Now there were no sparrows to eat the locust anymore. So I don't like it when people try to screw around with the environment in these ways. Now we've got Bill Gates who's talking about blocking out the sun, and we have all kinds of people, with certain intentions that they want to put out. And they do have enough sway among people that my concern is that one day one of their crazy ideas is going to come to fruition. Like, do you see the future as possibly being ruined by some of these people, or do you think that there's enough built up spiritual common sense in the world that there's going to be, let's say, a reckoning whenever someone does that?
Yeah, I wouldn't say Carmen. See, look, I misspoke. I wouldn't say common sense. I would say karma. It is, I really don't think, and that's why I'm not worried about it. I really don't think that we're going to get to a point where things become irreversible. I think that Kaczynski and Linkola both talk about this, and Chad Haig as well. If you haven't read Chad A. Haig's books, you definitely should. They're on Amazon. Highly recommend.
And who is Linkola, by the way?
Pentti Linkola was he actually just died, R.I.P. F. He was a eco-philosopher from Finland, ecologist, birder, fisherman, and he wrote, the only book that you can really get in English is Can Life Prevail? But it's very, very good, very informative, especially for someone like me who's very ecologically minded. He goes very deeply into pollution issues, and it's mostly in his things that he's witnessed, but it goes very much into ecology of the area that he's in and how it's been disrupted by certain modern actions and certain modern principles. And then he sort of goes into the world at large and builds an eco philosophy from that. So I really recommend reading his books. But anyway, they talk about how the white pill is that the system is inherently unsustainable. There is like fossil fuels. Eventually, they're going to run out. Eventually, when you build a system on infinite growth, eventually you'll have a crash. And that's sort of right now, we're just waiting for that. We're just waiting for the point where the system sort of reaches its maximum capacity and then falls apart, which the good side is the more complex things get, the further complex our trade gets, our food production gets, the more and more the system opens itself to systemic collapse. And when you have things that are permanent, things that are like permaculture, and you have most things being produced locally, you have your food produced locally, your goods produced locally, you have a much lower risk of that just suddenly disappearing, which is sort of the white pill. I really don't think that we'll get to a point where things can't be fixed. I don't think we're going to have a Dyson sphere. I don't think we're going to have anything like that.
What's his Dyson sphere?
You know what a Dyson sphere is. A Dyson's
for the audience.
Think you do. A Dyson sphere is there was a futurist. I don't remember his name, but basically it was Dyson, obviously, but I don't remember his first name. But basically, he said if you build Freeman, yes, if you build a sort of like a half circle to a circle of just giant solar panels and cover a star with it, so that all of the basically it's just enclosing a star, that all that energy can be captured and then utilized. But the level of technology and civilization that would take to achieve, and the level of cooperation that would take to achieve, would be pretty much impossible. It's a thought experiment, essentially. But I don't think we'll ever get there.
Well, it's like one of those great filter things where there's this idea that we are a
Yes,
type 0
yeah.
civilization. In order to get to type 1, we'd have to... I know, like, my personal view on this is I believe that we are capable of... Like, I believe in this whole thing being like an infinite dream imagination where everything is technically possible. And people are just these very interesting dream creatures who are made in the form of the universe but downsized, so we are capable of doing anything that we are capable of thinking about. It would just take a really, really long time for those kind of things to manifest. As far as the Great Filter, though, this has been a concern, I think, for a lot of people who got into someone like Graham Hancock. The idea that people build something up, but then instead of there being this gentle transition into a better world, people reach such a point that at a certain point a meteor strikes and everything gets reset. The game board gets reset and you start out with a few survivors and you repeat the whole thing over and over again. So
That's the most likely scenario, in my opinion. I think that that's probably happened. And Plato talks about this. He talks about how even we talk about the deluge, but there's been multiple deluges. Humans have existed, if you believe the modern anthropology, humans have existed for 300,000 years. Even the modern deluge was 13,000 years ago. So 13,000 versus 360,000. You know, there could have been 20, 30 of those up until this point, and we would have just no idea.
Well, that's what Graham Hancock said to me when I was speaking to him. He believes that the Earth has been through so many cataclysms that certain things have gotten so buried we don't even realize that they're there. And I do want to look at exactly like at carbon dating, how that process works, and if there are certain things that we're just used to by the experts as being correct, even though they may not.
You didn't learn that. You didn't learn that in school.
I learned that in school. I just don't know if there are certain things that they may just improvise on when it comes to carbon dating. And
a lot of the issue with
has to do with half-lives.
Well, a lot of the issue, like I understand the science on carbon dating, but the issue of a lot of carbon dating is like, so for Göbekli Tepe, for instance, there's a lot of places like this, but like that's just an example where you can't date stone because it doesn't have a half-life. There's no carbon in it. It's just whatever stone it is. So what they do is they look for like a bit of charcoal or a bit of organic matter that's found in the same strata that this is found in, and then they date that. But that could have stood for millions of years. I mean, theoretically, it could have stood for millions of years before that charcoal was put there. So you don't really know how old it is just by dating things that you find around it.
Especially if somebody buried it, because that structure was buried for a long time. So who knows the date of the soil that buried it as opposed to where it was.
You have to be specific. It was intentionally buried.
Yes.
It wasn't buried It wasn't buried by natural processes. It was buried by people. So people decided that structure, which, by the way, getting into mounds, Tepe means mound in Turkish, and up until it was excavated, it was just a mound. It was a hill. And so, and this giant complex ancient structure was under it. And I think that the implications for that is very interesting because we find mounds everywhere, and most of them haven't been completely excavated. And even the Great Pyramid was, all of Giza it's pretty new. And if you read the ancient texts, they talk about how the mounds, the primordial mounds, were there before any of the structures. They kind of told them where to build things over top of these mounds.
Interesting. It's like the Earth is pregnant, and the mounds are like the big fat bellies that are hiding the babies underneath. So,
and you could argue that they sort of pop up around ley lines. They pop up around places of power.
Can you explain ley lines a bit?
Yeah, ley lines are basically, well, I mean, I'm not an expert on ley lines, but ley lines are essentially like certain lines that bisect the Earth in certain points, and they are supposed to be like rivers of energy. I know you would gravitate more to Kundalini, but you can call it whatever you want, like Vril, Orgone, but there's certain lines of energy that spiral the Earth, and on certain points where they hit and bisect, like certain latitudes, certain longitudes, that you find very significant ancient structures. And even modern structures, by the way, even modern cities, modern places of power.
That's a very interesting point you're bringing up, because even, let's say, in the process of meditation, I experienced a lot of lines and circles, and the intersections of those. For example, if I would have two circles that would explode, like two stars, they create shockwaves. And those shockwaves would then be made out of mini circles, which would intersect each other. And that intersection would create a DNA helix. So there is something as far as the creation of any kind of life, at least in the meditation experience, from this different kind of intersection possibility.
Well, that's what life is. I mean, you have the intersection of male and female. That's what creates life.
Exactly.
So.
And it's interesting, today we also have the term intersectionalism, but it's come to mean something different. Just like the term gender, I remember reading in the Kabbalion. I'm sure you're familiar with Kabbalion. It's like a
with just Kabbalah.
Well, no, the Kabbalion. I'm saying it wrong. The Kabbalion. It was this Hermetic text. I don't know the authenticity of the text itself. I think it was like a hodgepodge of other Hermetic knowledge that was passed down. But at the same time, it's very interesting in that it talks about several different principles, including the principle of gender, which it says is to generate something. So when we think of the word gender, like we're so used to it being a very specific thing that it's used for, but really like gender, that means to generate, to create. And that's something that seems to be the thing that's missing the most from a lot of these identity movements, where it's so focused on who you are as far as your particular gender identity, as opposed to this is what I do. And I don't like it in any case as far as judging people based on, the color of their skin or where they came from, yada, yada. I think same thing here. Like we had a very interesting panel the other 2 days ago about women. I had a lot of fun there.
How did that go, by the way?
It went great. I mean, it was a roller coaster like a lot of our panels are sometimes. So, it is what it is. It's always a learning experience. But one thing that struck me as very interesting is that some of the panelists that we had there, they stuck around. They were women, and they stuck around for a very long time, and they had a lot of fun, and they knew how to banter back whatever it is that was said. But then there were other women who were there who did not really feel the same way, where they felt like, how come we even had men on the panel, and how come they were like speaking more than the women were? But it's like, to me, it's like an equal plane where people can speak when they want to, and they can retort, and they can be witty, so that it's kind of like a game of wits in a way. Like if somebody's shouting over somebody else, not letting them speak, I don't like that at all, and I'm going to call that out. But if we're just talking about like having a straight banter conversation, it's like, this is the arena. It's not a pool, it's an ocean. And there's going to be all kinds of things in that ocean. And I imagine that whatever conversations were going on back in the ancient Greek salons, I think that they must have been pretty similar, because there's something freeing about it, where you don't have to constrain yourself to, like first this person speaks and this person speaks. You know what I mean? Like it gets so sterile and uninteresting to me, that kind of format, that I really love the format.
When you don't have those restrictions, you have something like old 4chan, which, the power that creates. I mean, nothing of power was ever brought by sterility. It's always sort of birthed out of that primordial chaos, which is something that, if you're familiar with Hermetic text, you're very familiar with that. But primordial sort of, chaos brings order. That's how it always is. And you could argue that's what we saw with 4chan. That's what we saw with the early internet. That's what we see with, like your streams, for example. It's very interesting, somewhat chaotic, but that's what actually, in the end, produces something of value.
Definitely. And you even have something like Pepe the Frog as Kek, the god of chaos, being represented in that very same idea that you mentioned. And it didn't come out of something like Reddit. Reddit, I'd say, would be the total opposite of that kind of system.
The antithesis.
Yeah, because everybody has these ranks and these points that they accumulate, and it's all about, I'm going to do something so that my personal account gets karma. So as a result, there's a lot more virtue signaling that goes on in a place like Reddit. And I could see the kind of minds that, I don't want to discriminate here, like I'm sure that there are a lot of great subreddits. One of my favorite subreddits is Colorized History, where they take photos from the past and they make them look as if you were right there. And it's pretty interesting just to look at the face of the people. Like you had this one dude from the Civil War, one of the people who tried to assassinate Abraham Lincoln, or one of the conspirators, and he was sitting down there in a sweater. He looked like he was right out of 2020. It's so interesting just how far removed we think a lot of these things are. But I don't know. At the same time, though, there was that post that you just made me remember of different men through the time. So you have a man from the 1940s, and he's portrayed as this big. That's probably a good idea. Remember to subscribe, everybody, right now while Serpentmound cleans his camera. So we had this dude from the 1940s who was portrayed kind of like you, like he was big, burly. He was hairier than you, though, but that was like the 1940s man.
To be fair, I've had people mention this before, and I just want to clear it up. I'm blonde, so my hair really doesn't like come through. I'm quite hairy.
Wow,
but
okay.
I spend so much time outside that not only am I blonde, but my hair is bleached. Like you cannot see it. Like I've had people say that, like, oh, like, do you shave your whole body? And I'm like, no, I don't. Wow. I do have hair, I promise.
I definitely believe you. In fact, I think that human beings have even more hair than chimps, but our hair follicles are just thinner, so it doesn't really come out. But it's like, if they were the same thickness, you'd look like a Yeti. You'd look like a big blonde Yeti from like Dragon Ball GT. I don't know if you remember that show.
Yes, and I just saw a comment from Hero Alchemy asking, did I cut my hair? Yes, I did cut my hair, and I'll show you.
Oh man. Okay, you still got the tail.
I still got my braid. I still got my little rat tail, but good. I did shave the sides because it was just getting too much to manage. Seriously.
True. But it does remind me in a way, I don't want to exit too far from what I was saying earlier, but it does remind me in a way from Dragon Ball, where you had Goku with his tail, and once you cut the tail off, then Goku lost his strength, and you have the legend of Samson, who had long hair, and so what do you think is going on there with the long hair?
What, are you referencing the chat earlier today? Because I know you're still in the hair chat. I don't know how much you still look at it. Yes, I am in the hair.
Okay, I haven't seen today's hair chat, but I don't know if my haircut was mentioned. Eventually, I want to find a good balance between having something manageable and something larger than what I currently have here. But
get mohawk or mullet?
Man, I don't even know. I'm gonna have to think about that one. But long hair to you, like, is it a symbol of nobility, power? Like, what is it?
Yes. So there was something interesting brought up in the hair chat today, and basically there was a thread that was posted about long hair, and someone posed the question, why do monks have short hair? Because if monks are spiritual and ascetic, it would follow that they would generally have long hair. And you see that in the European tradition, where a lot of times druids and such did have long hair. But the point that was brought up was long hair is symbolic of sensuality. So you have Samson and King David in the Bible, who not only were very spiritual, but they were very sensual. Both of them had romance and basically like womanizing as part of their mythos. And the theory was that long hair is symbolic of sensuality. And when you cut that hair, you basically show that you are not sensual, that you are sort of forsaking that part of your humanity. And we see that with priests, with monks who are celibate, and they cut their hair, and it sort of is a symbolic of rejecting that sensuality.
Interesting.
I think the long hair signals something that a peacock's tail signals, because it's a major disadvantage, right? It makes you easier to snag. It makes you more susceptible to predators. Like to be like Khal Drogo in Game of Thrones. Like the fact that he had that long hair was a symbol that he had never fallen. So I think the long hair doesn't actually reflect like strength as much as your ability to rock it.
Yeah, well, there's a quote that I love, and it said, long hair in men, it makes handsome men more attractive, and it makes ugly men more fearsome. So it's true.
Interesting.
If you're some like if I don't know who's a good like ugly person, but if they had like long hair, they would be much more fearsome, I think.
Well,
I think that's
not that I want to call them ugly, because I think everyone's beautiful in their own way, yada yada. But someone like Chris Chant, for instance, that is an example of somebody who started out with short hair, and then he became Christina, and now she has
much more terrifying.
Well, she's violent too, because there was an incident where she was
In the
going.
GameStop?
Yes, so she wanted the
Yeah.
GameStop to recolor to vandalize the Sonic the Hedgehog figure because this new version of Sonic did not have his arms colored the correct way. He had blue
If we
arms.
pepper spray enough GameStop employees, we can get Sonic's arms the right color. I promise you this. It's like the Mike Ma thing where it's like, if we can have Rome again, if we smash enough BMW windows, if we pepper spray enough GameStop employees, we can fix Sonic's color scheme. Mark my words.
Yeah, he's a true Osama bin Laden of his time. By the way, there's a lot of light. There's a lot of light that's hitting your camera. I don't know if it's possible to adjust it. It looks very holy.
I can adjust it.
It looks very
The
holy.
sun-
It looks very
the
nice.
sun the sun is setting behind me, and it's where I originally put the camera. Let me see. I can adjust.
This is
a
good.
little
You
bit
got the
better.
American flag, and you also have the Mongolian. What
Yes.
exact flag is that? Is that like the Genghis Khan flag, or?
That's actually the national flag of Mongolia.
Wow, it's very pretty. Now, why did you go
Thank
with the
you.
Mongolian flag?
Because I was at a flea market and someone had like just a weird, not a flea market. It was not like an antique shop. It was like some weird like historical shop in Gettysburg, and but it was like open air. It's hard to explain, but they had like just 10 random flags. It was like Moldova, Mongolia, like Eritrea, and like I used to be very heavily into vexillology, and so I was like, hey, you have no idea. Like no one wanted to buy these flags. No one wanted them, so they were like $5 each, and I bought them, and then I ended up getting into all the, and this was before I was into Kaliak, Eastern spirituality or anything, and then it just sort of fit, and I was like, hey, I have a Mongolian flag, so hung it up.
It's very interesting how life turns out that way. But you mentioned a word that I don't know, vexillology. What is that?
Vexillology. It's the
Vexillology.
study of flags and flag design. And it was big on iFunny when I was on iFunny, and people were very interested in it. There were multiple accounts that were like flag mashup bots. They still have those on Twitter. But yeah, I used to be super into studying flags and everything about them.
Do you have a favorite flag?
Yeah. Well, the Ohio flag is one of the best flags ever because not many flags, state or otherwise, have I forget what it's called, but like the triangular with the conical impact in the middle. It's a very interesting flag, only shared by Bhutan. No, Nepal. Nepal has a flag that's made up of triangles as well. Lev, I know this would be very cool if you could pull it up on the screen. But no. Here's what I'm about to say.
Okay.
Look up Liberia provincial flags.
Oh, I see where you're going with this. Yes, I remember those.
Have you seen these?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I don't know which one's my favorite. They're all great. But I'm gonna pull all of them up here, and I'm just gonna present a giant picture, a giant picture for the chat, so that the chat could see all of them in their full glory. So here they are. Here are the Liberian flags. You can't see them, Serpentmound, but the audience can.
Oh, trust me, I've spent hours.
Actually,
I've seen them all.
Jules, you have the power of screenshotting. Actually, let me make sure that you do. Now you do. So, Jules, could you type that in, and we will show a screenshot for everyone. Liberia province flag, because then we can see them more closely one by one. So these, we can't hear you right now. You're muted.
You shared it in the chat on Facebook?
Just Google search Liberia province flag.
I just saw all those flags on the YouTube.
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, it's very interesting. It reminds me of MS Paint in a way, like a lot of the experiments.
They were absolutely designed on MS Paint. 100% they were made on MS Paint.
Liberia is an interesting country. I saw a Vice documentary about it, and General Butt Naked, who was this cannibalistic leader of this militia, I don't really like this rebellion militia, who ate the hearts of infants and just did all this crazy stuff. And I believe he was called General Butt Naked because he fought naked because he believed that would give him invincibility. And
it's very powerful.
It is very powerful. Well, today here we go. Here are the Liberian flags, and he today has converted to Christianity.
All right, I'm gonna undo this.
And he actually converted to Christianity when the documentary was already shooting, and he has a Facebook page today. And
No way.
yes, in fact, Jules, I'm gonna send you his Facebook page right now so we can go to it. But he's just like boomer posting all the time. Like he's just like another older gentleman on Facebook, just posting funny memes that he likes. It's
I
so
wanna undo
bizarre.
this.
It's so bizarre just to see
To know
this.
that this man ate the hearts of infants.
Yes, and he's
Yeah.
right here. Here, I'm posting it in the chat. So yeah, Joshua Milton Blocky, aka known as General Butt Naked. He is, I mean, to his credit, I believe he does do some charity work in his country, you know, trying to help people out. So when it comes to something like that, I am curious, like, would there be some kind of a moment of realization that, like, this is like, I am not this person anymore. I am not this person who was possibly, like, I think he said that he was also possessed by demons. So what do you think when it comes to something
That's
like
very
that?
common in Africa. You have your penis theft. You have your you know about this penis theft in Africa?
No. What's penis theft?
Okay. Penis theft in Africa is when it's an African folk tradition where a witch basically like steals like the essence of a man and makes his dick not work. And there's actually been multiple killings recently in Africa over penis theft. So that do not research African penis theft.
Wait, is it the woman who the guy had sex with who then
No. She just does some ritual and steals his vril. She steals all his orgone energy and his dick doesn't work.
Interesting.
And that's penis theft.
I remember back in Austin Powers, he referred to that as his mojo, and he had an actual like liquid substance that he would drink to get it back.
That's your rain energy. That's what that is.
Well, going back to what I was talking about earlier, to actually merge it into what we were just talking about with this virile sexual energy, there was this meme picture that I saw with a guy from the 1940s, you know, big burly guy. Then you had like 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s. Oh, actually, I don't know if it was all the years.
Oh, and his dick gets progressively smaller.
Yes,
and everything.
And then like by 2100 or 2050,
he's just a gray.
Well, he's become like a wafy woman, much smaller. Barely a dick. It might as well be a clitoris, and like very little body
might as
hair.
well be.
So
that's interesting. So to tie that into sort of the paranormal, that's what some people have theorized. Gray aliens are humanoids from the future. The future so far that it might as well be our past. I don't remember. There was some show that was like, or some book or something where that was like the tagline, like a future so distant that it might as well be the past. But whatever. But yeah, that's what gray aliens, they have they basically look like infants. They're very small boned, and they have very large eyes and very big brains. So people have theorized that that's like the end stage of human evolution. And that grays are time travelers coming back to now.
I just don't imagine that the people who don't work out their body are going to have bigger brains to compensate. Like, I think what you would agree with me here is that
you don't think that people that read a lot and that are smart, that it just sort of compensates for being like out of shape and not using your body at all? I thought that's how that worked.
For some people, yes. So for example, you have somebody like Toulouse-Lautrec, who was a genius painter during he lived in Paris around like the I think early 20th century or late 19th, and he was a genius painter, but he had body problems. Like, he was like a very small guy, very frail body. So I don't believe that it's an absolute axiom that both need to be at the same level. Sometimes you would have people that are marginally fit, some would have a pot belly or whatever, but at the same time, I think it's something that should be encouraged just to improve whatever faculties you already have.
I will say this. I don't think that your mind can progress past your body. The physicality, like the vessel that your soul lives in, will always reflect in whatever you produce. So whether you want to take that as a positive or a negative is up to you. But you can't, well, just because Dharma and because of reality, like, you cannot produce anything that is above or below who you are.
Well, so what about Mozart? For example, I don't know how much he lifted, but Mozart was one of the geniuses of that time.
It's not and I'm not saying that like genius work can't be produced by people that aren't in shape. What I'm saying is, if you aren't in shape, that reflects, and it's also not only physical shape. Like, Mozart didn't drink fluoridated water. How much of an impact does that have?
True.
like how much of an impact does eating somewhat of a natural diet, even if you don't exercise, how much does that put you above someone who, you know, exercises a lot, but they don't have the correct diet?
That's actually an interesting point, because now that I think about it, take somebody like Napoleon Bonaparte. He wasn't a weightlifter, you know, he wasn't a bodybuilder, but he grew up in such an environment where, because he was part of the minor nobility, they sent him to these Spartan-like conditions where he slept on a stone bed, and that
Yeah.
was his bedroom. And I think that
Well,
there was, yeah,
BAP talks about just even if you were a run-of-the-mill Greek hoplite, you had to carry how much weight of armor, you had to fight in what conditions. So even the normal back then was far superior than to a normal person now, just by virtue of existing at a time where it was harder to exist.
definitely. Well, that concerns me a lot when it comes to whether the people who are going to come after us, let alone us right now, are going to be able to take the mantle of civilization properly. Because if we are going to be that weak, then I think we're going to be, a lot of us, not that there aren't going to be exceptions, but a lot of us are going to be mentally, emotionally, and I think spiritually weak as well, if we're not met with a lot of these challenges. The only challenges we are met with, though, are psychological challenges, which we take pills for. If there's something that makes us feel bad, you just pop a pill, and it's like, that is the ultimate zombification. And
that's
I
the only
it.
way. That's the only way to solve your mental issues, is to slip $1 into Big Pharma's pocket. That is the only way you can solve any issues that you ever have. If you're sad, just give them money and you'll be happy.
Well, Jules, I remember you were talking before about relationships that you had with these women who were on these antidepressants, and you were able to kind of talk them out of it.
It varies. I really like what Mencius Moldbug said about theology, is that people that are into theology are just trying to convince people that their drugs are better than the other person's drugs. And I do think a lot of these antidepressants, people describe it as, in some cases, like taking the edge off. Not everyone is dealing with depression on antidepressants. Some people feel an edge that is smoothed over when they take a reasonable or small dose. I also know people that have gone on and off them. They really do seem to be so pushed through mainstream channels. It reminds me a lot of our chat a couple of days ago with our guest, who was talking about how she was encouraged to go on hormone therapy. There are certain circles, mainstream circles, that if you start saying, oh, I feel a little edge, or I feel depressed, or whatever word is used, suddenly people jump on that and encourage you, oh, you should really try these pills. And I think it's tough when, if your family and your sister and your brother and your closest friends, and then the celebrities, and everyone is sort of looking at you like, what's wrong with you for not going on these things, even though they're also outrageously expensive. It's hard to get off them and to avoid them. I think if I have ever positively encouraged someone to get off them, I think it was only because, as a mirror, people started to realize within themselves their own ability to manifest well-being. And I just tried to provide an environment that was easier to accomplish. It wasn't like I said, you need to get off these things, and I wouldn't be like, oh, I'm super disappointed. I wouldn't, I would use zero shame. Because if you try to use shame to get people off those things, you're actually making it worse and harder for them to get off them.
And then Lev, I have word that esoteric atavism is in the waiting room right now. So
let's bring him in. Here we go.
Let's bring him in. That's my man.
In fact, we have 2 more people in the waiting room as well. So let's just bring everybody who's waiting in right now. So we have esoteric atavism, and we have Aryan Cowboy.
Cowboy, my man.
And we also had one more person here. Let's see. So
we also had
we also have D Proximus and Yakov Skin Gazer coming in. So I think they're going to be coming in a little bit later, but I'll just let them know that the conversation has been opened. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. I was just popping this in off Serp's recommendation. He got me started on that.
But you got the 3 milligram, man.
Yeah, I got the newbie 3 milligrams in.
All right, we're gonna double lip the 6.
Oh yeah.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Aryan
What's up,
Cowboy?
Cowboy?
Good to see you.
What's up, Cowboy?
Not much. You know, the usual. I was on a shit posting storm on Twitter today. It was pretty wild. I don't know. I woke up and I had a dream last night about statues coming to life, and the dream was telling me to warn somebody on my Twitter that they shouldn't chase after this thick pog. They shouldn't go after her because it's going to become like she showed up in my dream as a garden ornament. So she looked like a real woman. We were in a courtyard, and for some reason I knew it was the Adriatic. And I was walking through this courtyard, and I approached this woman. I was like, "Excuse me, where's the refreshments?" And she's just like standing there, and I realized she was a lawn ornament. And so that led to a series of posts about going into a redacted church in Italy where the statues come to life at night and they're attractive women, which later led to a discussion on esoteric girlfriends. But yeah, that's all I've been up to today.
I remember somebody posting some very sexy-looking marble statues, like that one. Was it by Caravaggio? I don't remember. The one with the silk draping over the breasts and the belly, and it was just
yeah, that's actually the one I was referring to. That one is, yeah.
That is a work of art, man. I love it.
It is a work of art.
And we also have Bane here.
Hi, Lev. Thank you for having me on.
It's great of you to come. So today we're celebrating Serpentmound in all his glory, and like I was saying before, I would love to one day get into a position where I have like a regular cycle of going out into nature and fishing, and then coming back and then doing this podcast. It feels like a very zen kind of life.
That's one of the things that, and today was actually the first day in like a week that I didn't go fishing. But that's one of the things that I really like about fishing is anyone can go to Walmart. Not that I support going to Walmart, but like anyone can go to any store and buy a $20 fishing setup, get a license for like $10 and just go fishing. Like it's something that anyone can do at any point. It's the same thing with weightlifting. It's not esoteric. It's not, some like high level skill. Like it is if you make it that far, but anyone can go out and start doing it today. And it's a very rewarding activity to do.
Well, Jules was mentioning before when I was weightlifting that my problem was that I was working too much the chest area. So as a result, like you have to build up everything slowly. You're shaking your head. I don't know why you're shaking your head. But
you don't have to.
Never do too.
I just thought you were... Sometimes people, you ever notice they put on too much weight? So they'll go to the gym and you're watching them curl and they're like throwing their whole body as they're curling.
Cheat curls. That's the way to do it.
And so I thought Lev was focusing on his maxes in a way that was producing really lopsided results. And so I just said, stop doing all weight exercises, like strictly do body weight exercises. They're impossible to mess up. Just go for maxes. Like low weight, high rep will give you a mean cut and proportion everything in a really just really nice foundation. And then if you want to start doing weight stuff after, like just get the body weight stuff down.
It's a good foundation, definitely to start off with. I mean, that's what I started off with when I was just a little kid. It's not like, yeah, there you go. Yeah. But it's one of those things, like, I'm not naming anyone, but doing 100 body weight squats a day really isn't going to get you anywhere. Like doing just calisthenics or just body weight exercises. Well, honestly, a lot of times it leaves you with greater deficiencies. Like you can't really hit lats with your body weight exercises. I mean, you can with like a pull-up bar, but like there's certain muscles and certain strength bases, that really you do need to start off with not, maybe you don't need to start off, but you definitely do need to do weight training. Like as often as it gets memed on, like I recommend starting strength or strong lifts to people all the time. They're a great way to build up a base with weight training, barbell training specifically.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you were saying about how you really do need the weights to build up, your body. Like if you take a look, I can't remember his name, but there was a guy who just won a pull-up competition like 2 or 3 years ago for doing 1,000 pull-ups. But if you look at him, he looks like pretty average. You wouldn't.
That was Goggins, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when it comes to lifting weight, I noticed that Jules definitely had a point when it comes to these cheat reps, and it wasn't a cheat that I was even aware of. It was more that my chest was so built up over time that I just decided to take over.
It naturally covers for imbalances.
Exactly, and that was a problem because my arms were not doing as much work as they possibly could. Then there's another interesting thing that I discovered along the way, which I also don't know if it's a cheat or not, when it comes to, for example, doing the Wim Hof method, which I use for like meditation, other interesting things, that it enables secretion of adrenaline. So when you do that breathing technique, then you are able to, I noticed, lift more and do more push-ups and just do more.
Guys do the same thing with ammonia salts. You see powerlifters, a lot of very, very high level guys that compete in like 1 rep maxes. They'll do that. They'll break a little stick of smelling salts and smell it, and it'll help them get a rep up.
But is there any downside to doing something like that?
Never. There's never any downside to doing stimulants.
Interesting. So you guys are all for other stimulants as well, like coffee or
yes.
Where do you draw the line? Like something like Adderall, for example. Do you draw the line?
There is no line. Absolutely, there is no line.
Yeah, there's no
like
line on
crystal
stimulants.
meth on occasion.
Yeah.
I'm not advocating, but I mean,
I would not do
say,
cocaine to improve your reps. I think that would be bad.
I mean,
do it faster then.
You could. And
yeah, but is that what the Vikings would do? That's what the Berserkers would do. They would just do a lot of cocaine, and then
they were doing mushrooms.
They were doing battle axes at the same time.
They were doing mushrooms for their Berserker stuff, as far as I know.
Well, my favorite thing to do back in 2016 was to get really high. I was not smoking as much as vaporizing. I had a really nice bong, and I had just like the weed that I put into a bong, and I used this very nice machine called the E-Nano, which is like, it looks like a little wooden thing. You'd never think that it's for cannabis, but you.
I've seen those. Yeah. Well, and then also the good part about those as well is you get the decarbed.
Yes, exactly. End. So you actually get the smell and the taste of what exactly the plant is, which is very satisfying. But anyway, once you do that, like once I did that, I was living on 14th Street at the time, and I would go out, look at all the people, and I would feel like I was on another fucking planet, and then go down into the train, and I would just start observing things. Like I would look at my bag, and I would see that my bag, with the bottle of water sticking out of it, looked like a little cartoon character. In fact, once I find it, I'm going to post it right on here so that the audience sees what I'm talking about. But it's like I was seeing faces, like I usually see faces in places, but when I was high, I saw faces everywhere.
It's called like pareidolia, right?
Exactly, yes, pareidolia. Yeah. I experienced that a lot, but when I was training in the gym, like I felt incredible. I felt like I was connected with all my muscles, that everything was just totally focused on that moment. But I'd say personally the downside was that I was not able to use my own willpower to achieve that same state. And I think that is one of the things that we're here on this planet for, is to train our willpower. Because if you're using something like that as a crutch, I don't think you'd be able to maintain it for a long time, and eventually you're just going to need more and more and more.
Yeah. No, I agree. And drugs have their place, but like I'm of the opinion of I support like ethnogenic drug use. Like for stimulants, for example, like I firmly believe, and even weed to an extent. I did post that thing about the Scythian bongs. Did you see that? There was like
yes,
the 2,000-year-old like the pure gold Scythian bongs that they found, which is very interesting. Actually, I believe it was Pliny the Younger. It might have been Pliny the Elder, talked about the Scythians' cannabis use. But that's a ethnogenic drug use. And like South Americans with DMT or ayahuasca, like I'm very skeptical of like Northern Europeans going and trying a South American drug blend. I don't think that ethnogenically makes a lot of sense. I think that like and also you see how different people respond differently to different drugs. And I think a lot of that has to do with your DNA and what drugs your ancestors were sort of doing and able to handle. Like you see certain people when they, experience psychedelics and they have like a mental break. I think that isn't necessarily them specifically. I think it's their lineage leading up to that sort of makes them have that reaction to it.
Yeah.
I could see something like that, but I still think that personally for me, I want to utilize as much willpower as I possibly can. That was the biggest lesson, I think, for me when I was smoking a lot of weed, and I was just noticing this progressive pattern, as well as I was noticing that whatever effects I got from the Wim Hof method, they were doubled, tripled, quadrupled when I was taking cannabis. Everything felt really magical. I was able to, when I was sitting down and meditating, see colors in terms of how I felt. So if I felt danger, I was seeing red. I was seeing...
Is that a synesthesia?
Yeah, exactly. So it was really activated based on how I was feeling, and there were a lot of interesting things that I got to explore. But at the same time, it's like, man, like, I really think that we're all capable of achieving not only that, but we're capable of transcending whatever right now we're infatuated by when it comes to the Maya of psychedelic usage. When it comes to all these...
That's what Bap talks about as well. He talks about that primitive man walks around in a state of religious ecstasy.
Exactly. And I don't think it's just because of the psychedelics. I think it's actually...
Yeah, that was in the chapter where he was talking about getting drunk and like walking around the red light district or whatever, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, that's how we kind of get it, right? Like, this is the only choice for a lot of people today, where they're using it and they are able to, in a way, harken back to whatever it is their ancestral memory contains of those transcendent experiences.
Yeah, I think you're totally right when it comes to that, but it's up to everyone. Like I know, like the dude weed meme, and it does have some truth to it to an extent, but I think that everyone responds to it differently, and everyone's genetic makeup responds to it differently. And I think certain people in certain ethnic groups can tolerate it very well, and certain ethnic groups and certain people can't. I'm of the opinion personally, I don't think Anglos handle drugs very well. All evidence I've seen says that you shouldn't give Anglos drugs, but that's just my experience.
Interesting.
I don't think Native Americans handled alcohol very well. You can look at alcohol rates of reserves.
Russians Russians technically don't either.
Well, Russians have a big drinking problem as far as so many deaths that occur in Russia.
Yeah.
And not only drinking, but also, why is it that Russians get attracted to like the worst of the worst when it comes to drugs?
Or like crocodile?
Yes, like crocodile.
Yeah.
That is so
I had
sad.
I had a Dutch ex whose family said you should never trust anyone that doesn't drink, which I always thought was a little ridiculous, but I wondered what that wisdom was supposed to be.
I don't drink personally.
I have a little bit of an explanation for that mechanism, because this was something very
I prefer
common.
people that don't drink.
Yeah, but I know that when my mom was growing up, there was this understanding that you would test people by asking them to drink, because the idea was that if you don't have as much self-control over yourself because you're drunk, you're more likely to tell the truth. And if someone refuses to get drunk with you, they have something to hide.
That is actually
now,
very good that you said that.
Yeah.
But
I don't subscribe to that mentality, but that's the mechanism behind that wisdom.
But the reason why it's interesting to me is, in a way, I guess is kind of like a humble brag or whatever you want to call it. But during the Free for All Friday that we had, which was our 1,000 view day.
Yes.
That was the day where we surpassed 1,000, not views, sorry, when we surpassed 1,000 subscribers. Oh, nice mask, by the way, Yakov. So when we surpassed 1,000 subscribers, this is when I opened up a bottle of wine and I was drinking it. I drank half the bottle. But from what you guys remember, I was pretty lucid. Like, I was able to speak pretty much like I'm speaking right now. There wasn't really any problem. So I guess, I don't know, maybe half a bottle is not a lot. Like, what do you think make somebody like just go like, like
I
that,
used
that
to
level.
I used to be able to drink 10 vodka tonics without someone even realizing I was drunk. And now if I have one drink, I get a serious buzz.
Yeah. Well, Lev, I think it also has to do with what your intent is while you're drinking, because you knew you were on stream and you knew what you were going to talk about. But if you're at a party and you're just going there to get shit-faced, then you're going to end up shit-faced once you drink.
Sure, but at the same time, I have noticed some people who were on the show who were drinking and who were drunk, and it showed. So, you know, like there was this dude that we had on who was like a I don't remember exactly what he called himself. He was like some kind of like an intelligence propaganda person, as he described himself. And he was like, you know, just getting like really slow and just talking really slow and not really having his thoughts in order. And then it's like, so, but he knew that he was on the air. So, and this is a guy who must have probably been drinking for a long time, not just right now. I'd expect the reverse. I'd expect me to be the one who would not be able to handle his fucking alcohol and to just become a wreck. But I don't know.
Just get relaxed. I know someone that used to work at a cybersecurity firm, apparently with a lot of former CIA and former just government officials. And apparently it was like Mad Men in the office. They would just get wasted midday. And meanwhile, they're doing like cybersecurity for Qatar.
Oh, you're absolutely
and, like,
right,
all sorts
Jules.
of crazy stuff.
You're 100% right. I can say from firsthand experience, it enhances the powers.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, there were different festivals like the Bacchanalia or Saturnalia. Like, I don't know which. Yeah, Bacchanalia. That was the one that had people using alcohol in a spiritual sense, but they also got this frenzy about them. And I think that there was even a rebellion, like a slave rebellion in Rome, and they were targeting a lot of these Bacchanalians. And there was a lot of fighting spirit that, you know, the women got as well, that they otherwise would not have gotten if they weren't in this alcoholized frenzy. By the way, Jules, I posted images in the chat for you to pull up if possible of the drawings that I did while I was high at the gym. And we also have with us Yakov alive, and it's
good to be here.
Great of you to come. So I'm going to put everybody's social media here as well. So Yakov. Let's see one second here. So you are Yakov Radomski. So I'm going to put that in as well here. Yeah. So
surely.
So this is one of them over here. This is another one. Can you click on that?
I like
Jules?
this one.
The sloth.
This is my favorite one.
Can you click on it? There we go. So this is the slow sloth. I was just standing in the gym bathroom looking down at this thing, and I decided that I must take a photo of it. It must have been really weird for everybody, though, that I was taking a photo of the urinal. But at that point, it's like, what do you want from me? I was high, I was at the gym, I was having a good time. What's the worst that could happen? So I took a photo of the urinal. Who cares?
Do you do that thing where you like look at cars and like make faces out of the cars?
Yes.
I do that all the time.
Yes, I make faces out of the cars. Actually, my favorite thing to make faces out of is the granite tiles in my bathroom. So every time I take a shower, I see some usual characters. Like, I already have some usual characters that I just got used to seeing all the time, and I give them certain identities, I give them certain, backstories sometimes, and eventually what I want to do, in fact, I have this artwork too that I'm going to send to Jules to pull up later, some of it, and I just draw whatever it is I think that they are, and there's no end to them. Like, everywhere I look in the granite tiles, there's always going to be a new character popping out.
When I was in grade school, we went to mass every week, and our carpet in our church was like modeled. Like, I guess that's the best way you could put it. It was like, I don't know, multicolored carpet, but like each stitch was like a slightly different color. And I used to just zone out staring at it and like make patterns and faces. It was pretty cool. It was a good way to pass the time.
I think a lot of talk of like machine elves is much like this. Like when Terrence McKenna talks about being on a ton of mushrooms, and he's like he's seeing entities. They're not physically there, but they're like peeking out through the folds in reality. I think there's a lot like that, and it's like creating an egregore too.
Yeah,
if I'm saying that right.
I
like what Chris Chan does it.
Egregore.
Wait, Chris Chan.
Surely.
Chris Chan says it as egregore.
Oh, Chris Chan doesn't know that word. Neither do I. Who the fuck knows how to say that? I read it a couple times.
Interesting. I know that Chris Chan has the idea of this dimensional merge that's going to happen soon, where the world of CWCville, Quickville, is going to merge with the real world.
It's already upon us.
It's all OCs, my friend. Your fucking bathroom sloth is like among us.
Well, this is like, I don't want to spoil anything for people who have not read the manga Berserk. I mean, it's still an ongoing thing, but I would point out that that is an example of the world of fantasy, like fairies, elves, a lot of these things merging together with our world, where there was a very interesting book that I read called Daimonic Reality by Patrick Harper. I recommend everybody to look at it, and it talked about experiences that people would have when they see like the Virgin Mary, and they see the Virgin Mary in places that the older generations of people who were pagans used to frequent, like this spring, and it was a fertility goddess. She looked the
Is that
same.
like Lourdes?
It was no, it wasn't Lourdes. It was just like in some other places. Maybe it was Lourdes too, but I'm not sure. But the interesting thing for me about this whole thing is this Virgin Mary, as they call it, was before just a fertility goddess, and she looked no different than the fertility goddess did. People just assume she's the Virgin Mary because she's this young, beautiful girl, and they don't know who else she might be. So sure, she's the Virgin Mary.
I like the theory that that ties in. I don't remember the name of the guy or the book, but he tied in ancient fairy myths to like modern day alien myths.
He was doing the same thing. Patrick Harper,
yeah.
He was also touching on that.
It might be the same guy.
Yeah, like it's very interesting, right? Like when you have these creatures who, some of them look like you were saying, like with the big heads, some of them look like little gremlins, and other people look like the Nordics, like with this big blonde hair.
Alistair, the Nordics are very interesting, but I like what Alistair Crowley, he drew that picture of that entity he was in communication with, and it looked like a gray alien.
Lamb, exactly.
Lamb, yes, Lamb.
Yeah, it's
and also you have what is it, Elisa Lamb, and that ties into that as well. Are you familiar with this, with Elisa Lamb?
No, who's Elisa Lamb?
She disappeared in a hotel. The last video was her freaking out in an elevator, like she was tripping out or something.
Yeah, and then they found, so they found her. She was missing for like 3 weeks or something, and they found her dead, floating in the water tank on top of the hotel, and people had been like using and drinking that water. So somehow she made it on top of the roof of the hotel into the water tank, where she subsequently died. And then people reported like, hey, my water tastes weird. And they found her dead body floating up in it.
Wow.
And also, she went missing in like Toronto, I think it was, some Canadian city. And there might have been, no, it was San Francisco or San Diego. And there was a tuberculosis outbreak. It was wherever Skid Row is. And there was a tuberculosis outbreak amongst the homeless in Skid Row. And one of the drugs that they were using in Skid Row to treat these tuberculosis was Lam Elisa. It was an acronym, and it said it was Lam Elisa.
Another weird thing about that case is that years prior, there was a Japanese horror movie called Dark Water, which was like the exact same plot, which it was remade in English too.
Man.
It's Jennifer Connelly from A Beautiful Mind, right?
I have no idea. Fuck celebrities. Fuck actors.
Yeah, we're the new celebrities, and I don't think we even need to be burdened with as much of this fanaticism that most people have towards celebrities, because that celebrity culture, like one of the pictures that I really like is the one with that girl who was in Kick-Ass, Chloe Mortez, and she was
Chloe Grace Mortez.
Yes, and she was getting out of the car.
Yes.
And there was this little Mexican dude who was right next to her, and he made this face of utter disgust.
Chloe Moretz looks like that. That's a I don't know. I don't think you even know about that Lev meme, or about that meme, Lev, but that's an old fit meme. That's an old fit meme. Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Because people would photos, because she looks like she started out looking like pretty, but then people like, she eventually, as time goes on, like she looks like very boxy. She has like a fridge shape.
Is this Chloe?
Yeah, Chloe.
Yeah. Absolutamente absquero. The fucking guy looking at her all crazy.
Yeah, and people would Photoshop her to be like a giant bodybuilder and be like, Chloe Grace Moretz looks like that.
Still see OCs of that getting churned out. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's one of the best memes.
It's like
I
a
forgot about
JoJo
that.
character with a fucking stand. It's amazing.
Yeah, that one's pretty great.
You were talking about like the rise of like a grassroots celebrity as we get away from Hollywood and we see what all of that is. I think one of the good things about that is that we can afford to be ourselves more so. Not only that, but we can withstand pressure better because like we can create our own following, our own user base. You can use things like Patreon, you know, while it actually works for you and stuff like that, and you can fund yourself. So even while there's nobody there to have your back, like you can still get by and you can maintain.
Yes.
By the way, we have a comment, and this is for Cowboy from Pill Chartson about the clip that I posted relating to that South Korea shamanic cult. So he says the following: "You're talking about the Sewol ferry disaster, and no, that is all complete fabricated bullshit. And there was no cult or shamanism involved in Park's presidency. Neoliberal left-wing Koreans have gotten very creative." What do you say to that, Cowboy?
I say, I will not elaborate, but I know.
Okay, I do have to pull up some articles for that later on. And while I'm talking, I also want to ask everybody to subscribe right now who has not. You help us grow, and we really appreciate it. So we have a couple of new people here. I just wanted to make them known. So we have Sophia. Sophia, welcome. We have D. Proximus, and we have Yakov Alive. Now, Yakov, you also have a podcast. Can you explain a little bit about it? You talk about the paranormal.
We do a weekly live stream. Duro is a regular guest. He's almost always there, so you can count on him. D. Proximus over there. Yeah, we talk about all the paranormal stuff on Skinwalker tapes. We try not to take it too seriously. I don't want to sit here debunking things, and I don't want to go off the rails also into a wacky land where I can no longer defend my positions. Try to keep it a little shitposty. Try to keep it a little fun. We do it 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday nights. We've been on YouTube. On the Yakov Alive channel, we post the archive stuff on Skinwalker Tapes Archive. I think we're moving to bitwave.tv though, bitwave.tv/Yakov Alive, because we're getting shut down like 2 out of 3 streams at this point. It's brutal.
They're out to get us, man.
Oh yeah.
And we also have Verse Laloon joining. Verse, how are you?
Oh, Verse, what's up, man?
What's up?
What's going on?
What's up?
How's everyone doing?
We're doing good.
Boy, mate.
By the way, Jules, do you have the screenshots that I sent you? Not screenshots, but the Instagram shots.
I'll pull them up.
Yes. So these are the visions that I get in my restroom when I look at the granite tiles, and I see all these different cartoon characters. And one thing that I kind of regret today is that what I used to do a lot more than I do today is every time I went to bed, I used to imagine different scenarios.
Oops.
Oh yeah,
That's
we
an
got
interesting
some
DVD.
the alignment chart.
Well, like I used to just have plays in my head of different episodes of a series I wanted to do based on my acting school teacher named Marcel, and it was going to be called Marcel, and he would have moved to the city and made an alignment with these demons, and there would have been Britney Spears in there, and yes, it's the next tab over, Jules. There we go. So this is Skullboy. I don't know if you could see the resemblance here.
Oh, I see it.
Definitely.
We talking about like metaphysical fanfics?
Metaphysical OC.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
I want to catch him. I'll tell you
That looks like the faces of Belmez, man. That's what that shit looks like.
What's Belmez?
You know the faces of Belmez, that all those freaky faces that appeared, that some people said it was a hoax, and then other people were like, no, it really is. It's ghosts manifesting in the masonry.
Oh, is that the one where they kept like scrubbing them off and they kept like
yeah, and they kept reappearing in the tile. Yeah. That's what those drawings and those remind me of.
One time I was coming down off the fucking craziest DMT trip ever. Like I can't even imagine you can go further than I did. But as I was coming back, the fucking trip was a story unto itself. But as I was coming back, I could see this goddess winking and smiling at me through the folds in reality on every piece of material, manifesting in every contour of everything I looked at. And that day I became convinced that like there are other beings who are seeing us, and you can sense them too. You know, before you even believe that, you'll think you're going crazy, but I think they're there.
Oh
think
yeah, I believe
machine
it too.
elves, whatever the fuck that means, the fae, the fucking jinn, I don't know.
No, it's fair. And if you go outside enough, like you get in touch with shit like that. Like I don't know, I'm pretty sure it's not like predators or anything like that, but you can go outside and you'll fucking feel like, hey, something's different here. Like something, like you'll step into like a clearing and you're like, oh, wait a minute. Like I'm somewhere where I shouldn't be right now. Like this is something sort of like you sort of get in touch with that metaphysical truth. Like
This is how every Bigfoot story begins.
that's true. And Bigfoot, there's so much evidence to suggest that Bigfoot is like a semi-real like sort of spiritual being. Like when you research Bigfoot, and Lauren Coleman talks a lot about this, but you essentially have two camps. And if you watch Les Stroud's Bigfoot Survivor Man stuff, then you know this too. But he says that when you research Bigfoot, there's two camps. You have the purely physical, where this is a remnant Gigantopithecus, this is a literal animal, and then you have the other side where Bigfoot is a fairy, he is in communication with aliens, because there is evidence, like there's stories where Bigfoot is often seen with orbs or UFO sightings, where a UFO flap sort of overlaps with a Bigfoot flap. Oh, yeah. And lots of stuff like that, where I do believe that there is definitely some mythical or some spiritual aspect to Bigfoot.
I'm absolutely with you on that. The thing is, everybody, if you're talking about Bigfoot, you go into it, a lot of people, they want to pretend it's just the animal just so that they don't sound crazy. But then they'll tell you the stories like the Ape Canyon story, or like guys like Patterson, he was either a hoaxer or he was in touch with something previously. He literally drew his Bigfoot encounter in a sketchbook, the exact thing that happened. And that's similar to the Ape Canyon story, where they'll talk about being called out there by another some force.
The Ape Canyon story is very interesting as well, because if you read I don't remember the guy's name, but like the main guy they were there on a what's the word? Not mining.
Looking for gold. Panning?
Yeah. What do you call not panning? It was, I can't remember the name.
Prospecting.
Prospecting. Yes. They were prospecting for gold. And the guy said he was led there by a female spirit in white. So it was already a very spiritual aspect.
Yeah. The guys the people who talk about Bigfoot as a flesh and blood monster animal or whatever the fuck, they will talk about these stories. They'll tell you these stories, but they won't tell you the weird parts of it because they think it discredits their whole thing. And it kind of does. It makes their thing, I don't know, basically silly.
Well, even if you watch, like I brought up the Survivor Man Bigfoot before, but in that series, there's a point where they have like an apple like shoved on a tree limb, and then it just disappears like that. And it's like, there's no like break in the timestamp, there's nothing, and it just disappears. And there's a lot of evidence where Bigfoot can manipulate, the same thing with ghosts, can manipulate electrical equipment, can make things sort of go haywire just by its presence, which some people attribute it to infrasound, which I do think that there is some truth to that, because we know that infrasound exists.
I don't know that would mess with electrical equipment, though, would it? It could affect us.
I don't know.
There was a... Oh, go on.
There's also a lot of stories where there's flashes of light, flashes of green light right before the sighting and stuff like that. So you can't just shake this stuff off.
And orbs too. People see orbs go through the woods before Bigfoot comes through or after.
Well, there was a legend that my dad told me about how in around Siberia, the Yeti would come around and he would freeze, not freeze as in with ice, but psychically freeze everybody, including the animals, and then
like a basilisk.
I'm not sure. Like he would go in there. He would be like this white hairy beast of a giant, and he would go on. He would freeze the animals, then he would pick the animals up. He would just eat one of the animals, and then he would go away. But everybody would be frozen while he's doing that. Imagine that. Imagine how much that sucks. Being a farmer, having to take care of these poor animals, and then one day just this asshole comes around, freezes everybody in place, and then eats one of your precious beings that you require for survival. That must suck, but whatever.
Yeah, that sounds more like the infrasound thing, because not to that extent, but like tigers use infrasound, and they kind of paralyze their prey, make them almost stunned by fear that they can't even put their finger on or something like that. So, yeah.
Interesting. Well, Verse, have you had any paranormal experiences? I mean, you live in Manhattan, so it's not exactly... Although Cowboy did say that Manhattan has certain very mythological places, but I don't know.
Me, no. but also, to be fair, I was never particularly open to the idea of it. So I always feel like you have to be, you can always kind of explain away things if you're not like even like psychologically open to the concept. So that's probably why I would say so. I've had like sleep paralysis demons, and that's like the majority of what I've like that, and like I've experienced like DMT elves and being all that kind of stuff, and like the aliens on shrooms. I've experienced those things, and I've experienced like uh the thing I said before. Oh yeah, sleep paralysis demons. That's my only experiences for the most part.
How would you compare the DMT world to this world?
I would say I wouldn't say that it's separate. I would say I think personally I agree with the idea that you're kind of tapping into something kind of on the in between. I feel that way about all psychedelics for the most part. I think different psychedelics kind of show you different parts of the in between, but like I do definitely think that they're all kind of interconnected, and I do think that the whole idea that you're speaking to like interdimensional entities, or like some call them like demons, some call them aliens, whatever. I think that's very fitting. Like I think that's very accurate. Like in my experience, from my subjective personal experience, I would say that you are talking to some kind of interdimensional being, whether it be malevolent in the case. Like sometimes I feel like on my experience on LSD, they were more malevolent. On my experiences on shrooms, it was definitely more like communal, like like an empathic type of situation. Then on DMT, it felt more like they're kind of interpersonal, trying to teach you something, like kind of like a teacher, more like like a teacher experience, kind of like trickster type of vibe. But like that was definitely my experience on those substances as yeah.
Well, I would really love for you and anybody else here who's interested to be on the panel that we're planning about psychedelics. And we are planning on having, fingers crossed, Dennis McKenna, the brother of Terrence McKenna.
God.
Very nice, very nice.
Woo! So that should be a very interesting one. But the reason why I also bring that up is there was a quote from Terrence McKenna talking about his experience giving DMT to like some high llama. And the High Lama, after taking that DMT, this is what he said, quote, "This is the lesser lights of the bardo. You cannot go further into the bardo and return. This takes you as far as you can go." So I'm interested in what you guys think of that.
That is interesting. So also for people that don't know, the bardo is the afterlife of a lot of Tibetan Buddhist thought. If you read the Tibetan Book of the Dead, the Tibetan word for it is the Bardo Thadol, which is a great read, by the way. Really recommend you read that along with the Egyptian Book of the Dead. But the Bardo is essentially what you see and what you go through when you die. And it's sort of like a guide on how to navigate that correctly.
I would agree with that. I would definitely agree that like the way I've always described like my trips, my experiences on trips is always like I felt like I was like getting ready or getting like familiar with like the process of death and ego dissolution and all that kind of stuff.
I always got like ancestor vibes on DMT, but I was never sure if that was just given to me because that was my thing or something like that. I was never sure that these beings that I encountered were actually telling the truth per se. Not that I ever thought that they were malevolent, but like the trickster thing was there and whatever. And I don't know if what message they were trying to give me was actually what they were trying to say, or if they were using wild strategy that I can't even comprehend. But I always did get ancestor vibes and kind of teacher vibes from DMT.
I think it's like a lot like you kind of get the message that you're capable of understanding, because like my experiences were always like using imagery or like of like cosmos and like being connected to everything, like from like the macro to the micro. Like I always felt really in tune with like the molecules that kind of like comprise me, as well as like looking up at space and seeing like the planets and being like, oh, this is all like entwined. And that's because at the time I was very big into like cosmology and like reading about like science and whatever. So I think at the time you get the revelation via the the archetypes and symbolism, whatever, that you can comprehend. I think that
It's very interesting that you say that, because I got basically the same message, but I was shown a mother, I don't know, the most beautiful woman you can imagine, made of the jungle and vines and leaves and constantly churning. And I felt like she was the mother of all things, but it didn't stop there. It was all the female archetypes. Like she was my mother, and she was also my grandmother, and she was also my daughter, and she was also my sister. And it was kind of giving me the interplay between all things, and the, I don't know, the passion that it takes for all of that to continue, whether good or bad.
When you say you got a message, can you expand on what you mean by that?
Who is that directed towards? Me?
That was for
Well, the main thing I got was that all things are connected, and you are an integral part of the web. And I felt like I was empathetically told this. You said empathy prior. That is the main thing. Like, they weren't speaking through words. They weren't speaking telepathically. I was literally feeling what they were feeling. And it was like, you're capable of more than you can even know. So go out there and create things. And it doesn't matter what it was. Like, I started it because, like, it was like, go create, that you might inspire others to do the same. And then we'll all get to the destination faster. And I don't know what exactly that means. But yeah, then I started going out there. I learned Photoshop. I learned how to do, just basic artwork. But then I realized, like, there's a deeper level to all of this. Like, every word I say has some sort of an effect, and every action I do has an effect. So, like, be part of it, but don't see yourself as an individual per se, as the thing. Like, you're part of everything, and like, you're just a drop of water that came from the ocean, but you're still the ocean. Like, where does the drop begin in the ocean? Can't tell. They're the same thing.
It's so funny. That's like exactly what I was effectively told. Like, like, you're the drop. You're part of the forest. You're like the ocean, but you're also the drop. But you're also like, you're impacting reality. Like, you are, like, you're here to, like, contribute to the
We
whole.
are creators, as God was a creator. That is
Exactly.
the image.
Exactly.
And
we are a drop in the ocean, and an ocean in a drop.
There you go.
And I'm curious about Cowboys and Sophia's perspective on this, because I know that you guys go very spiritual. You're very spiritually oriented. When we're talking about something like the lesser lights, what exactly would that mean to you, based on that quote that the monk said?
You want to go first, Soph?
She said
Sophia went to feed the chickens, she said in chat.
Oh, okay. I don't know about lesser light. I'm still of the opinion that I wouldn't take DMT personally, just because I'm terrified that it's actually going to get in the way of me dying correctly. And I don't see any need for it, because when I get deep enough into meditation, or when I'm doing any other host of practices, if I need to do that, which I don't do it often, because once again, there's no reason. It's really, when I was instructed, it's really about learning when to do something and when not to. And most times it's better just to leave well enough alone, unless you know that you have to intervene in something in its natural course. So I don't really dive that deep. And so something like DMT just seems a bit excessive to me, because I'm not really soul searching, and I'm not sold on DMT being a good way to do that. But I guess if it works for some people therapeutically, then that's their choice. But as for lesser light, I mean, when you die, I do believe you go through this maze of trials, or through these different selection heuristics before you reincarnate. I do believe that's true. And I don't know specifically.
Well, the lesser lights in the Tibetan Book of the Dead, what they talk about is, you will have a bright light in front of you, and you're supposed to go into that really bright light, even though it's so bright that many people would not. They would be too overwhelmed, and they would want to run away.
And then you go through a series of different colored lights.
Yes, and the lesser lights would be there for you to, like, hey, come over here, like, ignore this big light. You don't need it anyway. Like, it's good enough where I am. And those would be the different worlds you would inhabit of the gods, the jealous gods, the daimonic realm, the human beings, the animals, hungry ghosts, and like these hell beings. And then it's supposed to, like, go up and down, but not necessarily. I think it was I I'm not saying his name correctly. He was one of these crazy wisdom teachers. I'm gonna look him up later on, but he was like one
Yeah, I
of
mean,
these Rinpoches.
I've never read the Book of the Dead because my teacher told me to avoid it, and
Ooh, uh-oh.
and he said to avoid it because it was never meant to be brought to the West, and that it doesn't jive very well with us. And he said that there's no reason for me to use it in my practice, so I never looked into it because my methodology is completely different. But I don't know. I can't really comment on stuff I don't know because I just haven't read it on purpose.
Well, it's an interesting thing when you have the ancient Egyptians having one conception of the afterworld in their Book of the Dead, the Tibetans having the other. And this question that I remember somebody was asking in one of our earlier streams that, well, which one is right then if you have this one and that one? But I really think that in that realm, the experiences that people have had throughout the time that they were alive and this interaction that humans have had with thought forms has, in a way, simultaneously changed depending on what people are referencing and what these thought forms want to reference, so that you would have a separate, let's say, afterlife for Egyptians, a separate one for the Tibetans. You know, like, it's an interesting thing to think about where you have these bonus
I mean,
levels.
there's tons of space for that. When I was instructed that there's upper worlds and lower worlds, and that there's many layers that go down and up from here. And we're in the middle world, Midgard, whatever you want to call it. We're in, we got here for a reason, and this is the realm with the most upward and downward mobility. So you're gambling if you're here. Basically, you're going to go really far up, really far down, or that's what I was taught, is that if you're here, you're kind of teetering on the brink, and you're going to end up somewhere.
Interesting.
And you're either going to go up or down.
And the reason why I like what you said right now, I think that's very, very interesting, because if you factor in all these different religions, like you have the Abrahamic religions that stress so much on, like having this good morality or else you go to hell, and people dismiss that because they say, well, what about all these other religions? What about all this stuff? And in a way, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to subscribe to the Abrahamic worldview and to take everything in the Bible literally and to imagine this is exactly like this would be a sin and this would not be a sin. But at a certain point, I think it would just come naturally to you to recognize what are the things that would lift you up as opposed to what are the things that would bring you down. I think it's very, very obvious. Like, the longer that I've been around on this planet, I kind of noticed it. But I'm curious about Jules's take. Jules, as far as the afterlife and things like that, I wouldn't even say afterlife, because afterlife implies that life would be different from this one. It's like, different modes. Would you say that the existence that we have right now is a finite one, and then after death it would be like lights out?
I think after a conscious conclusion, I think you have a DMT. I think you have a DMT trip when you pass, and I think that is a spiritual experience that will either be very torturous or elating, and I think that will reflect your time on Earth and the ripples you affected, and I don't think that's something you can escape through positive thinking. I think if you were unaware of certain negative ripples, even if you felt positively about them, I think that's the kind of stuff that Anubis, to use a metaphor, will weigh when testing if your heart is lighter than a feather or not. And I think that is a powerful metaphor for the Tame Impala, just let it happen approach to a final passing. But otherwise, I don't think there's going to be any continuity to your conscious experience afterwards.
I have a monist view of reality, even though I am also very I do think there's God's real and there's a spiritual element to things, but I think that some things, for example, Lev was talking a second ago about hell. I think that hell, the imagery and the conversation around hell is regarding the actual material existence. If you do things that would send you to hell, you find yourself literally miserable and like your experience of reality is hell. Like, you know, these people, like you find yourself going deeper and deeper into this, like, you know, state of like despair, and it can feel endless, and it can feel like eternity. And I think a lot of that imagery is, you know, a lot of that Christian imagery is about like this plane. And I think, yeah, so that's that part. I think the heaven hell thing, I think that one, that specifically it for in Christianity is talking about like this reality. And I think that that's often missed.
I think it's undeniable that there is no hell that has been, you know, classically envisioned by Christianity. That's not in the Bible. There's a bunch of different words, Sheol, Hades, Gehenna. There's like 4 or 5 different words, and they're all translated hell, but they all have much different contexts. And some of them seem just like,
and also like the hell, like the fire and brimstone hell is in like Revelations, but that's like casting like, you know, Satan into like the pit of hell at the, you know, at the rapture or whatever. So like that also is again like not the same quote unquote hell experience that one would like weeping and gnashing of teeth that like people talk of, right? That weeping and gnashing of teeth is like your material existence that you experience when you step away from, you know, pursuing the divine.
Yeah, you bring up a really good point there about how it's not always talked about as like fire and brimstone, and like a lot of you know, older like pagan religions like hell in Norse mythology or like Hades. It's less of like a place of punishment, but more of a place of like low vibration, and it's more boring than it is, you know, painful.
Yeah, because painful, at least you're experiencing something. It reminds me of the final level of hell, like the lowest circle of hell in Dante's Inferno, which was ice. Yeah, it was ice cold. It was reserved for, I believe it was reserved for traitors. That was the lowest thing that you could do.
This is that despair, and this is like that depression that, like, you know, this modern malaise that people speak of, that people are in hell, right? Like they've
betrayed their own humanity.
Exactly. And that's why they're feeling like empty and lost and like, you know, a gray over everything. When you know, make that switch mentally and like make actions in alignment with the divine, that very quickly goes away. And there's a reason why.
Well, I agree with what you're saying as far as there definitely are hells on earth as well as heavens on earth. It depends on where you live. It depends on where you get real estate. You know, like you can live in a pretty Elysium style place and enjoy a lot of things. But one book that I wanted to mention, and now I have his name in front of me. This is Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche. He was this kind of controversial Buddhist figure who then renounced his lineage at a certain time. And he wrote this book, Transcending Madness, The Experience of the Six Bardos. And in it, he talked about how, like you were saying, Verse, we definitely experience hell and heaven here, but not only have heaven and hell, we also experience all the bardos within this life, but at the same time, we also experience all the bardos in every other bardo, meaning that any other world we would happen to live in, you know, like the Mormons believe that they would go on the planet that the Mormon elder would own and they would have several wives or whatever. So like whatever world that they would live in would also have their own experiences that would be relative to where they are, still certain portions of that feeling of bliss, that feeling of addiction, you know, like the hungry ghost. I think like the hungry ghosts right here on earth are people who are addicted to drugs. So like any kind of thing that you would find here on earth, I would just go one step further and say I think there are, just based on the idea that some people are born as, you know, crippled and just disfigured and things like that. And it's like, is that the only chance they ever have to experience something as a vessel of experience? It's like, I don't know. That's the thing that's always bothered me.
That's a very, I guess it's the most known in terms of the Hermetic principles is as above, so below. As you know, everything in the spiritual world is reflected in the material world, and everything in the material world is reflected in the spiritual world. So you're right. When people, like when we talk about hell is, you know, experienced on earth as just as strongly as it is experienced in like the spiritual world, for example. And we talk about, you know, like the different layers of hell. People go through different layers of hell on earth all the time.
5 layers.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
And
yeah,
that was
2 words, 5 layers.
Wait, Sophia, are you back with us here?
Yes.
Excellent. How were the chickens?
The chickens were delightful. It took a few circuits around the chicken tractor to get them all inside, but they're well behaved and they're all home now.
Nice. So I wanted to touch on something that we mentioned earlier on, this quote. I don't know if you were here for that, but it was the quote that this High Lama gave to Terrence McKenna after the High Lama gave him some DMT. He said, "This is the lesser lights of the Bardo. You cannot go further into the Bardo and return. This takes you as far as you can go." So I'm interested if there is anything that you would want to add to the idea of there being like these lesser lights that would attract people. I mean, we kind of talked about it already, like in terms of the existence of Bardos, but I'm just curious if you'd like to add anything more.
Well, I think it's very consistent with the concept that ultimately speaking, when we talk about these spaces in metaphysical space, I suppose, like it's also referring to a phenomenology that you're experiencing. It's less about a geography. It's less about your spirit traveling somewhere different, but it's also about what you're seeing. So the concept of time and space they're real, they're important, and they have like dimensionality. But I think that if we try to apply like 3D space and like the understanding of time that we have in normal day-to-day life, we miss out on a lot of like the meaning behind like the concept of bardo. Like it's not just something that you experience when you die. Like I think that there's also like there are like various degrees of it. That's why you have like the layers, I suppose. And like even when you talk about hell, I think that hell is very much not only like a physical space that you can enter, and you can enter it. Like you can enter it in this life. You can go see it. It has an address. But it also is like a matter of your mind state, because in hell you will find the damned and the blessed, like people that have gifts and the people that are stuck there. So, it's very much up to who's there and who's viewing it to see what it is.
Well, it reminds me a bit of there was a book that was written about people who were hypnotized and experienced these past life regressions, as well as their experience of the afterworld. And I found it very interesting. Like, I don't know if this author is a shyster or if he's for real. Like, if he's somebody who was able to actually get this very legitimate information, or maybe he just like weaves this web of creating this very particular space that people inhabit. Because it is weird, right? Like, I wonder if he would have ever gotten a Tibetan monk to talk about the afterlife that they experienced, because they would probably be talking about like lesser lights and shit like that. So, but his whole thing was that when people die, they go through this tunnel, and when they come out, they're like this glowing light, and they're paired up with these other glowing lights. They like all work as a team, and they've known each other through, and also they have this guardian who's kind of like their teacher, who like meets them and is supposed to instruct them, and they have like a more of like a bluish purplish aura, and eventually you also get like a higher frequency aura, but you're like this ball of light, and you could attain any other form. And you also go to a planet sometimes for training, where you train to create life. And I found that to be a very interesting concept, where you like put molecules together and just like create these various things. So I don't know, like this is a very specific description, but he managed to create this story that a lot of the people who came to him for this past life regression, that was exactly their experience of this afterlife. So that's the world that he builds. I'm going to try to get his name. I'm going to look him up, but I was wondering if you or anybody else have any thoughts on this creation of a very consistent afterlife experience like this guy was talking about.
Well, I think that ultimately speaking, everyone experiences the same phenomena. Like there's only so many things that exist in this world and the next. And, I'm saying world, but, the phenomenon of human existence. And I think that we have a million different ways to explain what those things are. And we can use different imagery or different metaphors, but ultimately speaking, they're all referring to the same thing. I hold the belief that Christianity, for instance, it's often maligned or like dismissed, but I think very simply, it's a tantric lineage. And I have like my own, reasoning for that. And that's just the way to say that there are a bunch of different ways with which to filter this reality. And even if you read the Bible, you will still find truth much in the same way as you'll find it in other sources. And it's just a matter of like connecting tradition to experience. And bottom line, I personally like the fact that I was raised Catholic. I'm very proud of it. And I like the fact that I'm finding connections between my Catholic upbringing and like the little details of like folk Catholicism that are specific to my region. and then realizing that these have echoes and they have connections to cultures that are so distant from my own. But ultimately speaking, I can realize there's a common root, and that root is the human experience.
You said okay, so the Bible is no less valid than other scriptures, and I think that's particularly important if you are a native English speaker. And a lot of people, they want to get away from the Bible, but like, this is the one that was basically written for you. This is the one that's been handed down through the ages, and probably every ancestor who you can name believed in the thing. So I think it's a mistake where a lot of people want to pull away from that and go to some sort of paganism, or there's something that they're not even sure is being practiced at all the right way.
That's such a good point. Like, and like, I think that's, it's part of like the I guess developmental process. I mean, not everyone comes back, but you need to use the tradition that you were kind of born into. Like, I grew up very religious, and then if you grow up in a religious household, you often feel the need to rebel. But like the framing, like your whole, like the whole Western metaphysical, like phenomenological experience is deeply ingrained within Christianity. So like, to reject it, you're missing out on like so much of like, not like, just missing out on like the way to understand your experience here, and also art and literature and all the other aspects that are intertwined.
Yeah,
it is the cosmology that you can best understand reality through. It's your native tongue, more or less.
Yes, I'll add on to that because I think that it is a pretty nuanced topic to get on, and but I understand why a lot of people want to distance themselves from Christianity, and I would never actually blame someone for distancing themselves, because I know that for me to understand Catholicism, I explored other venues first, and that allowed me to connect and understand better the imagery of Christianity. For instance, I understood what the crucifixion meant by first looking at Shiva and Kali, when you have the imagery of him underneath her at the end times, and her with her tongue out because she realized that she just like possibly killed her husband. That for me explains so much more about what I was asking myself about Mary, about Christ, what it means to die and resurrect. All of these things kind of came together for me after investigating other cultures and other traditions. And bottom line, like, I understand that a lot of people have negative experiences with religion, whichever that one may be, when they're growing up, because it's excessively dogmatic. A lot of people have really strong spirits and they tend to rebel. And I don't want to, like, I would never say, oh, you have to come home to what you were doing when you were a kid. Because I understand that there's a need to travel and go elsewhere. And sometimes you find your home elsewhere. I just think it's important to be able to realize that you can have a syncretic approach. There is no inconsistency between the Hindu like system and the Catholic one.
Also, you have in terms of the crucifixion, you also have the voluntary sacrifice of Odin.
Yes.
Same deal. We find this everywhere.
It's all the same thing, and often it's, I mean, at least for me, what I realize is that to understand one symbol, or I don't even like calling them symbols because I consider them real. So it's not a metaphor, it's a real event. But I find myself able to understand these events better when looking at other analogs. And then I'm able to connect everything and it becomes one massive system.
See, I think the Catholic Church would have a much better chance at holding people if they actually started to delve into this syncretic approach. Like, if you take a look at Catholicism, so many of its elements are very pagan in thinking. Like the concept of a tripartite God, and the lesser gods as saints, and that you pray to those saints and they will communicate with God. Those are very like ancient things that are present in many religions. I know Bard was talking about this on one of your previous streams, but in Catholicism they won't really teach you about that. Like, I went to Catholic school for like my entire life, and they will only teach you about other Abrahamic religions. And I think that when people are only taught that, they will feel that they are boxed in and that their options are very limited in terms of worldview, and they might try to escape from that. So when you actually teach them about how these teachings are very similar to other cultures, they might have, a greater interest in sticking with it.
We were talking a little bit about Julius Evola earlier, and it's important to note that Julius Evola, he was a perennialist, but what he called himself was a Roman Catholic pagan.
Yeah.
And what he meant by that was when he looked at Roman Catholicism, it's Roman Catholicism. and Rome and the Roman culture is a pagan culture. And when you look at Catholicism, especially, you see the pagan world like staring back at you. You see the face of the pagan world just peering out at you from Roman Catholicism, which is very true.
Yeah, and like the concept of the Eucharist, that comes from Mithraic cults.
And also you can look at Lev's background. You see how the Anunnaki is holding a pine cone. There's statues of pine cones in the Vatican.
I think kind of what we're kind of talking about here is the distinction between the exoteric and the esoteric, in that this stuff isn't necessarily for everybody, and that's got a dark side, like that can be used to control. But at the same time, like this is the value of, I think, like idolatry. Like there were times where the population was illiterate; they weren't going to understand metaphor, they weren't going to read the book, they had no idea. So it's like stare at this statue which holds all the symbols, and just stare at that thing until you start to understand. I think there's an importance to that distinction between the esoteric, which is for the priests, who I don't think is just the people in the robes. It's people of a certain spiritual development. And then the exoteric, which is for the masses who just aren't going to get it, unfortunately.
Well, that brings us back to the ancient civilization idea, including this guy behind me over here, the Birdman with the pine cone. And the idea is that there was a cataclysm 11,000 years ago, and the survivors had to restart civilization. So they were finding people who were the survivors as well, but those who were like living in caves or just like, living in such, like a very low vibration, for lack of a better word. Like they were just struggling to survive. They didn't have access to any of this information. So they would have gone to them, and this is just my personal interpretation of how things went. They would have gone to them, and they would have brought all these things from the past age, and they would have constructed a kind of system that would last a long time, but it would not be a system where, from at least what I gather, you would be able to have a free market approach. You would be able to have anybody who wants to pursue a certain thing go on and pursue it. There were caste systems, and there were people who were just living as farmers, and they were looking at all this iconography, and I'm not sure how many of those farmers were aware of the deeper mysteries that were going on in Egypt that the Hierophants were definitely aware of.
The fact is, if they're not going to do it themselves, they're better off being guided than to have never heard it at all, I think.
Well, that is a good point, as far as like there are tribes out there who have their own animism and who are not as well structured. We were having that discussion before with the Ann Prim transhumanist debate, which we're definitely going to have another one very soon. I want to get Yohanan Ben Zion on for that one, who, for those who don't know, Gennady kicked him out for cloning his own flesh.
Yeah, and eating it.
Yes, yes. I definitely want to have him on.
Based.
And
I respect that.
We have both Gennady and that guy on?
Oh, I hope so. Definitely.
Sounds like some left-hand path shit.
Yes.
That is some left-hand path shit.
Gennady's got to get on the Kaliak Discord, by the way.
No, he would get destroyed. He is not one who can. He couldn't be able to handle it. He wouldn't be able to handle it.
I mean, I don't think most people have any actual ill will towards him. I think they think he's a little goofy.
No, they don't have ill will, but I don't think he like. I literally don't think he can handle it. Like, I don't think his like metaphysics is capable of understanding it.
Well, I know he's a big fan of Minecraft, and there's the Kaliak Minecraft server up. So if he would like to join,
or he should send the invite to his Minecraft server.
Yeah.
He did really good buildings there.
I'd really be curious.
The Roblox, the Kaliak Roblox.
Yeah.
I'd really be curious to see Gennady's entire server. Like, I really thought that fireworks display he did was pretty cool. Honestly, like that added some lore when
Definitely.
we were watching that on the Discord, and I mean, okay, we took the piss out of him because of his views and because of the whole Sunny clip, because that's just classic. But
yeah.
I don't know. I just saw the fireworks and the work he put into it, and just what the way he matter of factly stated, like this is my fireworks show. He just like puts it up.
Yeah.
I think Gennady, like guys like that, very unfortunately, like I mean, I don't want to speak, like I don't know anything about him, but it seems to me like when you grow up without like serious male influence in your life, and you can't really understand that masculine of like I'm ragging on you, like I'm being a dick, but I don't like hate you.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that I'm always shocked people don't get the fraternal bonding of like shitting on each other.
Yeah.
And you're just like, that's like critical for like group cohesion. If you fail that like initiation, I guess.
Yeah.
There's
because if you'll banter with us a little bit, I'm sure everyone will warm up to him a little bit.
Literally the best part of any podcast or stream.
Exactly. Yeah.
Content.
Well, yeah, this is what I was saying to one of the women who was on our last stream, and I talked about this before in the show, but basically she did not like the fact that we even had guys over, and that the guys were looking at you first, that the guys were
Wait, what'd I do?
more than the girls.
Oh, I thought she was saying the opposite. I thought she was saying there's only one guy and like 10 girls.
No. She was saying, in fact, I can read what she was saying here. Oh, just an excerpt.
That's the one that left early, right?
Yeah. Well, she was basically saying that that she was surprised to see how many panelists were part of the conversation, and more surprised to see that there were men on the panel, and so.
Oh, this is that liberal feminist one, right? That I like immediately had conflict with. Oh yeah, I know this one. Yeah, she's my Gennady. I was holding back at all times to not like lash out, but I knew she couldn't really handle me like going after her. Yeah, she couldn't handle the band, so I was like trying my best to like not directly target what she was saying. But yeah, no, there's nothing about like she and I are diametrically opposed. Like, so I understand why she would hate me.
But it is still pretty interesting to me that the idea of absolute equality should be one where it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. You know, if the bands aren't measuring up to snuff, then they just aren't. It's like, why should people, you know, lower down their band's energy when it comes to this kind of dialogue? Because then if they do, then you're kind of saying that, wait, then you're not equal? Like, what exactly is going on here? You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like chivalry.
Sure.
Chivalry is something that is kind of expected to a certain extent, even on these kind of platforms when it comes to, and I'm not saying all women, but some women, they would respond better to that whole, like, you know, be a gentleman and treat me a certain way instead of like the back and forth banter that happens with a lot of guys.
But it's a specific like that, like liberal feminist metaphysics that has that, where it's like you want to maintain all the privileges of like, you know, like a chivalry, as you said, but also want the illusion that you're also operating as an equal, right? So it's like you can't, because those are like incompatible, right? I you know, if I'm gonna respect you, I have to like talk to you like as if your ideas are real, and as a consequence of that, you know, I'm gonna steamroll you or whatever. And this is kind of what we see as like a consequence in modern society now.
Oh yeah.
So, like now, you know, any male behavior is seen as like problematic, and it's because you don't really want equality, you know?
This level of equality, like on that sense, is like absolute bullshit. Real equality is like you get to stand to me and speak your thing, and then like if my thing's better, then like we both have a role. And everyone's important. That whole interplay is what's important. But if one person's the Chad and the other's the Virgin, it's like that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Well, that's Dharma, right? I mean, you just fucking deal with that, accept it. Like if that's who you are on either side, like that's something that you have to accept and live with.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't see why so many people have a trouble. I don't see why so many people just refuse to accept that and be themselves.
Yeah.
Well, because I think they're working in the system, and the system rewards the kind of behavior that's been going on for a long time, where people are too afraid of calling certain things out because their reputation and their job, you know, their career is on the line if they say the wrong thing. And I think that because of that, people do get stuck. I mean, this is so obvious what I'm saying right now. I don't even need to go on. You guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah. But I'm just trying to figure out a way. And by the way, that is a beautiful cat that Jules is holding right now, the second cat mascot of Break the Rules. Subscribe for Bubs. The cat's name is Bubs, a.k.a. Bubbles. Subscribe for Bubs right now because she deserves it. She's a wonderful cat. And so is Steve, who I hope is going to come in here, and then I'm going to show him off too.
Get her some wet food.
Definitely.
Jules, is that a Trailer Park Boys reference? No.
No, I actually came up with
Powerpuff Girls, actually. Powerpuff Girls. But it's her name when I adopted her was Buttercup. And I just didn't think that was fitting for her personality because they were like, oh, you should be aware of this one. And she had a biting problem. And so I tried to do some chaos magic on her personality when I chose the Bubbles name.
Yeah, Bubbles is sweet. I got to interact with Bubbles a bit, and you know, she's a very sweet cat. And yeah, I love cats. I especially love cats because of this one video that I saw with this dude who got a Nintendo Switch system, and he started just getting all excited and shaking it, and then the cat, just like jumped on him and just started mauling his face. And, like, I think that cat knew this is not right. This is not proper behavior for this young man to engage with. So I'm going to set him straight. I'm going to teach him a lesson. I like that.
The avatar of Vishnu spoke through the cat and said, "Stop being such a fucking loser."
Exactly.
That's powerful. You might have just changed my opinion on cats, low key.
Yeah,
cats are cool
great
once they hit 50 pounds.
I like kittens. Like my family likes to, what do you call it? Like nurse, I guess, like foster kittens. So there's always kittens at my parents' house, and like I have little siblings, so they like. There's always like a bushel of them running around.
That's a Caribbean thing, right? Just to have like 20 cats. Just
no, but they get rid of the cat. Like they give the cats back to the pound. Like once they get a certain age, so like they keep them there to like keep them safe from the other animals. So like just perpetual kittens is at my parents' house, which is hilarious.
One time I did a shit ton of acid, and now I was sure I solved the mystery of why cats are holy, why they're the perfect animal. And now it's freezing cold outside, and I'm all by myself, and I am tripping balls. I'm laying there on my friend's porch. All his cats, these outside cats, they just crawl up on me, and they're all over me. And I can just hear them purring all over me, and like that itself was almost setting off like a DMT trip, listening to the purring. And I'm like, these things are interdimensional, man. They're telephones to the other side, bro, to the beings, man. But from that day, I've been cat gang all in.
Yeah, purring is a very special thing. By the way, for the people in the chat, I just posted that video of this guy opening up. It's not actually it wasn't a Nintendo system. It was something else, but I just played it right now for you. So yeah, cats are beautiful creatures. They're amazing, and there's something very majestic about them that, like with dogs, I think people kind of screwed up with dogs. Like they took the majestic wolf, and then they started turning it into these different forms. Some of them are good, but some of the other ones, like they have so many health problems. Like a pug with its squeezed face. Like I know it's kind of cute, but at the same time, it's like you're bringing into the world this poor creature who's going to have these problems their entire life.
There's something deeper, I think, going on with the pug trend, which is which you could consider it a proxy war, as in the way we're all shaping each other and shaping society kind of mirrors the pug trend, because we're breeding a more and more unhealthy dog for aesthetics, to the point where it's having trouble breathing, it's in perpetual pain, but somehow we've convinced each other it's cute, so we're just going to keep breeding the animal this way. And if you can compassionately persuade people through Enlightenment principles that might be immoral, there's a potential that conclusion or realization could then be reflected and mirrored to the way we are treating and shaping each other.
There's a reason if you even say eugenics, you're a Nazi. Like they don't want us to even think about that.
Well, how could they not see the problems that are occurring right now in Pakistan, where you have a lot of cousin traditional marriages that result sadly in these poor souls who have a lot of mental problems as well as physical deformities. Like people don't know any. And I was talking with this dude from Pakistan about it. He said, like, it's a real big problem over there. And it's like, what would it take? Like, it probably wouldn't take a lot. It would take, like, I don't know, somebody landing down there with a loudspeaker and just saying, like, stop having sex with your cousin. Just like, this is not right. Isn't that enough? Like, I don't know what exactly it is.
Well, I think over there, it's usually keeping wealth in the family. So I think that's why cousin marriages are so frequent. But so I think, figuring out that problem is probably the first step to making that less of a problem.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Like, I don't know other systems where they work like that. I mean, I understand wanting to keep it all in the family as far as trust, but that kind of points to a larger trust issue, though. Like, if you have a community where there's not that much trust going on with the neighbors who don't happen to be your cousin, so that you would introduce new people that you would be able to feel confident in sharing your money with. You know, that's I wonder what's going on there.
Yeah.
But anyway, what are you gonna do?
Exactly. Yeah, because I know, people that I know, they run this textile mill in Pakistan, and it's been kept in with this relatively small family, and they've become like very, more inbred over the years. And I think in Pakistan alone, it's like, I think it's upwards of 50% of the population that is somewhat inbred. So
that's the case with most of the Muslim world, unfortunately.
I think
the insane levels of inbreeding.
Yeah, I think it even rises over 60% in some places, and it's yeah.
Is there something in Islam that does not prohibit that kind of? I mean, I don't know what religion does. Like in the Bible, they are not talking about thou shalt not have incest, right? Or I don't know. Am I getting?
No, well, there are like there's definitely scriptures about like calling it like immoral, like talking about like laying with one's like siblings and it being like an immoral action, but at the same time they can't explicitly deny it because you got to consider like the Old Testament with like Adam and Eve and all that stuff. Right? Like so there's no like explicit what do you call it against it, but then like if you read things about like Sodom and Gomorrah or like other various parts, other stories, there's like they eschew it. You know
well,
I mean?
You have Noah having sex with his daughter, and that's like
yeah,
explicitly supposed to be an evil thing.
And what about Lot?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Lot and
yeah,
exactly.
Was Lot the one? Which was the one where his daughters got him drunk? And
that was Lot, and he survived the nuclear blast of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yes.
Sodom and Gomorrah.
And he even had
also
to flee...
the nuclear blast of Mohenjo-daro in the Mahabharata.
That's right. I'm always fascinated by that stuff as well. Like when it comes to Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka was known as the airport of Ravana, who was considered to be like the bad guy, although he's also worshipped by certain Hindu sects. And when I think about airport, like I'm not imagining like they drew these dorky but kind of cute-looking pictures of this temple floating thanks to the power of these geese. I'm sorry, or swans. No, it wasn't that, man. Like, I think that the closest thing would be that they actually had aircraft that was able to hover or levitate or whatever, and that's how they got around. I don't take the swan seriously at all.
Swans are a symbol of moksha, right? Of like enlightenment, you could say, I believe. You see that often in their art. So it's almost like they're crediting these beings as being beyond us or something like that.
No, I could definitely see that. I mean, same thing with the bird.
Yeah, swans are also associated with the syllable hum, H-U-M, in Tantra. So they're associated with a lot of things. But yeah, no, I totally believe in the ancient nuke stuff. And there's so many, there's like a preponderance of ancient religious sources where they talk about these super weapons that like reduce men to ash and poison the food and make places uninhabitable and so on and so forth. Like the Ramayana has such a thing happen where one of the ostras is unleashed and it poisons all the food and makes soldiers die, and then it kills them for weeks after the initial explosion. And it just sounds like a nuke to me, man. That just has to be like an ancient nuke.
That's what, dude. It has to be. Like just when you think about all of the symbology of lightning strikes and how, what does that sound like? What does that sound like? A weapon that's like a lightning bolt or just boom.
The Vajra.
Yeah.
Well, if you're seeing something that you're interpreting as like the wrath of God, then there are a few things that it could also be like interpreted as, other than some technologically advanced super weapon.
And they say that with Vimanas.
Yeah,
the Vimanas, and then they say that like it's a weapon, charged with like heavenly lightning that creates a sun, or like it like births a sun, and the sun like smothers out all life. It's just like all these terms just sound so nuclear.
Well, also we find nuclear glass. We literally find it's not like fulgurite, it's something else, but it's nuclear glass, but we find that everywhere, like places that it shouldn't be. We just find giant craters of nuclear glass.
And by the way, we have Gio Penichetti joining us. Gio, thank you so much for coming.
I told him to get on here.
Let's go.
How's it going?
Let's go.
Oi.
Hey,
fucking go.
So I actually want to make an announcement since Gio is here. So for our Patreon, Gio, who he deserves better than to live in this hellhole of a planet that we're living in right now. Gio, you are an absolute saint. You are amazing.
Oh,
I love you. You are such an amazing dude. Okay, so this is what Gio's gonna do. So for anybody who is going to go to our Patreon, patreon.com/11joules, and who's going to become a $20 patron, you are going to get a print from Gio. So there
from
we
the
go.
Battlefield 1 No GF
Wow.
series. Yeah.
this is a good investment. If you follow, Jeff Bezos bought a painting for 45,000, flipped it for over 20 million. Banksy had a stand in Central Park, and people didn't even realize they'd buy something for $20, and then suddenly it's worth just millions more. So Geo here is our Banksy, our unmasked Banksy.
Oh
here.
shit! Oh my god!
So this is
Compared
a
to
limited
Banksy.
time offer for people
That's
on the
Gio's
ground
been
floor
working
here
for this
being
whole time.
patron.
Well, a better
Gio-
example would be
Yeah.
that's how Andy Warhol discovered Basquiat. I don't know if many people know this. He saw Andy Warhol in a diner, like in the middle of New York, in Manhattan, and he just fucking goes up to me. He's like, "Hey, do you want to buy these?" He used to do these little panels, right, that he would sell to people, and that's how Andy Warhol discovered Basquiat, and that's how we know him as the famous artist today. Before he blew his head off on heroin. So that's.
Well, the difference.
But yeah. So it's all hand printed. Obviously, it's not like a print. Like it's an actual woodcut ukiyo print that they do in Japan, and I know everyone loves Japan here as a base.
Base.
Yeah. Is there a time limit on this offer?
No. Anyone that pledges $20 a month, I'll send it to you. Don't worry about it.
And we already got two. Since yesterday, we got two new patrons, $20 a month. So
all right, you could add at least 3.
Awesome.
And of course, I keep all your
We're
information
coming.
confidential. All that stuff.
We're coming.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say, of course, I keep all your information in a little file.
Yeah. No, because the thing is, I realize my position as a particular artist, so it would just be, that scene in Sopranos where Johnny Sacks is in prison and his lawyer asked him to basically give it up, right? And he's like, no, I'm not going to do it because where I come from, being a rat, that's like where you come from, becoming a Nazi, right? Because he was a Jewish lawyer. And so he's like, good. He's like, wow, because it would kill your practice. And so if I were to dox people, that would be like, oh man. First of all, I think doxing is absolutely egregious. And second of all, I think that it would.
The lowest tier
Except when
behavior.
journalists do it. When journalists.
No, fuck
Yeah,
journos.
of course.
First
When they do it, it's perfectly fine. When
First of all,
journalists
fuck
do
journos.
I've got some of these nuclear quotes here from the Mahabharata. if
Go
you wanna
for it.
hear them.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and
Yeah.
before
Oh, is that what you guys were talking a bit about? Sorry if I cut you guys off.
Oh, dude, no. Obviously, always glad to have you, man. How you doing?
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a weird day for me, a good one, but a weird
Yeah.
one. I've just been on this creative wave. But here's the quotes. This is crazy. I remember my eyes bugged out the first time I read this. So obviously they referenced the Vimana. So Gurkha, flying a swift and powerful Vimana, hurled a single projectile charged with the power of the universe. An incandescent column of smoke and flame as bright as 10,000 suns rose with all its splendor. It was an unknown weapon, an iron thunderbolt, a gigantic messenger of death which reduced to ashes the entire race of the Vrishnis and the Ondikas. The corpses were so burned as to be unrecognizable. Hair and nails fell out. Pottery broke without apparent cause. The birds turned white. After a few hours, all the foodstuff was infected. To escape from this fire, the soldiers threw themselves in streams to wash themselves and their equipment. Dense arrows of flame like a great shower issued forth upon creation, encompassing the enemy. A thick gloom swiftly settled upon the Pandava hosts. All points of the compass were lost in darkness. A fierce wind began to blow upwards, showering dust and gravel. Then birds croaked madly, and the very elements seemed disturbed. The earth shook, scorched by a terrible, violent heat of the weapon. Elephants burst into flame and ran to and fro in a frenzy over a vast area. Other animals crumpled into the ground and died. From all points of the compass, the arrows of flame rained continuously and fiercely. So that's the quote.
Yeah, that's obviously a nuclear weapon.
Amazing. It's talking about Fallout, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they threw themselves in the river. The foodstuffs were poisoned. The animals died.
Yeah, no, there is
Crazy.
The hair and nails, especially.
Yeah.
Well, as ancient astronaut theorists say, I think it's that's one criticism I've always had, even though for a long time I've followed the works of people like ever since I was a kid,
Sitchin?
Yeah, Sitchin and Eric Von
Bro.
When I was a kid, I watched his documentary, and I was always listening to Coast to Coast. But
Yes, yeah, Coast to Coast is the shit, bro.
all the Art Bell days, man.
Fuck George Norrie. All my homies hate George Norrie.
Well, apparently he's a backstabber behind the scenes. But...
No one wants to buy your flashlights, George.
Kryptonite by Kryptonite. We need to get. But one criticism I've heard that was probably the best would be from John Anthony West. I don't know if you guys know about the famous Egyptologist, right?
We mentioned him in the stream.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. He said in Joe Rogan, fucking Joe Rogan, he said that as much as the materialist atheists that have a very rigid form of the theory of evolution, as much as they rob the human spirit of creativity and divinity, he said so too to these ancient alien people that think that humanity can't manifest anything without a very materialistic intervention by the Greys or whatnot. And so, for example, with the Mahabharata, when they describe something that is obviously similar to like a megadeth nuclear weapon, it's really striking because it seems that when archaeologists and historians look to these ancient texts, they really use every other explanation besides, well, what if it's true? You know what I mean?
Because they're coping. Because it's just cope.
It's cope, obviously. So yeah, I think that's a good critique, because that seems to be like, well, of course the aliens gave us nuclear weapons because
Well, there is a middle
I also
ground
think
here.
that.
Oh, sorry. There's a quick thing I wanted to add, which is I think that there is a middle ground where you can have the idea that these quote-unquote aliens, they're also
I believe in aliens. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I do.
Sure, but like the aliens themselves.
Yeah,
like,
they're human beings.
Yeah, they're human beings.
They're Aryans.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're Aryans, Hyperboreans, like whatever you want to call them. Like they're these tall beings compared to whom like a lion would be like, like this size. So they did not get portrayed as these holier than thou individuals. Much like the Greek and Roman gods, you had Enki and Enlil and all of those cats, fighting amongst each other. They had very human characteristics. So in that sense, I think they are also connected to higher archetypes, and they may have been capable of things that far surpass our knowledge, not only technologically but also mentally speaking. But at the same time,
that's what I don't think it mostly comes down to the technological aspect. I think that sort of is a corollary, but I don't think it is that. I think it's mostly spiritual. I think most or mental, however you want to say it. I think that before, I mean, like evidence, but this is just my opinion, that before modernity sort of poisoned the well of human experience, I do believe that there were infinite powers that humans possessed that have been since lost. But I do think that if that's what humans were capable of, then things that were greater than human, like these Hyperboreans that we talk about, or the Aryans, whatever you want to say, that the powers that they would have possessed technologically or otherwise are beyond our imagination.
Well, it's like use it or lose it, where we had these Aborigines, either Aborigines or other tribes, who described back in the days of the telegraph that they were able to know whether the tribe was successful in their hunt and would either set up a party or would sit around and mope if they weren't successful, based on, like they said, like, you guys have a telegraph, and then they pointed to their heart and said, well, this is our telegraph. So there is something...
so actually I was just about to comment on that. So it's so funny because they did like this study recently, and I'll look for it eventually. I hate like keeping references, but like it is veritable facts. So, like they've done tests that like humans can pick up on the interstitial beat of other humans.
We like talked about this.
Yeah, verifiably, empirically, and you can pick up on like the emotions and like the like different various like subtle cues. In modernity, they've measured this, right? And like just like the whale has like the low vibration that whales used to be able to communicate the entire scope of the planet from like low vibrational hums in the ocean until ships made it too loud. Similarly, I think that the the modern modern society has like limited our ability to like sense the interstitial beats. But like even now, if you ever like half of what people talk about like with pickup artistry or blah 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 is, or like with the how to win friends or influence people, is really just getting in touch with like your ability to sense and manipulate others, quote unquote manipulate, via that like subconscious cueing. It's all
almost,
like,
well, now the whales have to deal with microplastics, so there you go.
Yeah.
It almost feels like we're like unable to keep up with like social norms. That's how you have stuff like the hikikomori and meats and all of this stuff. So it's even on that level.
Exactly. Like if we're so like the ability for us to like, because again, we're a pack animal, right? Like it's not like you don't have to tell wolves how to communicate with each other as a group. They don't use language. It's like subtle. It's like subconscious.
Also,
Similarly, humans have the same vibe.
Yeah, and no one told a bird where and how to migrate. No one
exactly
described the beach that a sea turtle was born at, that it should return there. It's internal. It's that state of ecstasy that is everything and anything you will ever need.
And humans were communicating as pack animals prior to the verbal, verbal like a communication.
By the way, I want to make I want to make a quick announcement. Helena is here, so I just wanted to say that real quick.
Yeah, so like if we know for a fact that like humans were communicating this way then and also now, it's just like it's I think it's like at this point like and also we have like of course like government tests on like telepathy or whatever. It's very clear to me that it's not only like veritably true, it's like we all know it's true. It's kind of like being suppressed or like shown it being like spun as being like a ridiculous hoax or some kind of hokey shit. But they're denying, they're cutting you off from like one of our base like abilities.
Yeah, I mean basically what you were saying about telepathy. I mean Project Stargate was run for 20 years, I believe, and to run a program for 20 years and to say you got no results out of it, I think is a little bit suspicious.
Definitely.
It's kind of ironic how now that we're in this era where everything is interpreted through this social lens, that we've actually lost all ability to connect on a really visceral level. Maybe it's like a compensation for the loss of that ability to actually connect to each other and to our world. And that's why we have all of these like philosophies and ideologies that are so heavily centered on these kind of truly made up social dynamics.
Well, it's because when you're, it's hard to have this sort of radical honesty and openness. And I know this firsthand dealing with certain people on the internet who shall remain nameless. It's when you tweet something, when you attack somebody, or when you interact with someone, there's that level of separation. And there's a lot of very sophisticated psychology that has gone into developing social media. And, so when certain people on the TL, they schizo post about the OSS and about DARPA technology, it's true. It's all true. Like social psychology is a large extension of this. So when you're interacting with someone, you're not really interacting with that person. You're interacting with an idea of that person, simulacra.
The cooler agency than DARPA that I never hear anybody talk about is IARPA, and IARPA is doing the really cool shit. Yeah, so I used to know.
Don't they run HARP or that's some...
No, I think that's a different agency. I think maybe is that NORAD? Maybe it's not. I don't know.
Yeah, no, NORAD does run HARP.
Yeah, but IARPA does mostly like they studied nootropics, they studied cybernetics, they study sleep cycles and stuff like that. Like a lot of the sleep cycle research came out of IARPA. But one of the craziest stories I read on that whole like Stargate wave was I saw this article called "Life Imitates Akira: The NSA's Fear of Psychic Nukes," and they did a memo back in 1977 where it was the result of their study into whether or not 10 psychics could cause like a chain reaction to destroy a whole city with like fear and panic just from like a psychic attack. And so if you want to go see some of the crazy stuff that they were studying in the 70s, go read that. It's called what did I say? NSA's Fear of Psychic Nukes. It's on that Muckrock site, which has a bunch of they publish a lot of the freedom of information stuff. That's whenever it comes out, it's usually because they've done a FOIA request on it. So all the psychic studies and stuff that the government has done are on there, and there's some really interesting stuff that even came after Stargate that the government's continuing to study, and the results are not insignificant. Like, just go research it on that site. It's the same site as that article. There's so much on there to dig into if you're interested in like parapsychology.
I think that's. Go ahead, Mark. Yeah.
I just wanted to quickly add that I brought Rupert Sheldrake to the National Arts Club last year, and I would really love to do an event with him. I think now that our numbers are increasing, and thanks to your subscriptions, please subscribe, they're going to increase exponentially. And I think that we have a great chance of bringing Rupert Sheldrake in, and I would love to have a nice panel with him and invite some people over and have a good time. So I think that is definitely in the works.
And then tabletop gaming and D&D.
Yes, definitely.
RPG.
One thing I find very interesting about all of that research into like consciousness and psychic stuff from the agencies, the CIA seriously looked into bioluminescence, and they have like images. This stuff's declassified, you can find it, but there's images that they took of someone actually using a bioluminescence, like while they're using telekinesis or something like that. So it makes me think Harry A. Davis was absolutely right, and they do.
He was a prophet.
I think he was absolutely right about glow in the dark, because this is in Tibetan stuff too. I do know this, and it's also a siddhi in tantric practices. They say when you get to a certain level with Kundalini yoga and with other yogas as well. A lot of people have said that literally people glow in the dark. So you'll see
the Dharma body radiates. Yes.
Yeah, the Dharma body radiates, and in Zen as well. So Zen has kind of distilled, Zen distilled a lot of the tantric stuff as well. And they're of course they're a separate lineage, and a lot of people argue it's not even necessarily a dharmic or Buddhist lineage. It's just something with influence, but that's a bigger debate than I'm going to get into. But they have a concept about when you get the transmission. So when you receive transmission in Zen from your dharmic lineage or from your master, that you start seeing the colors, and that they'll like your master will ask you what color you see, and that kind of like gives him an idea as to where you are in your development. But I've seen like
seeing colors, closed eyes or open eyes.
Open eyes. So like when you see colors in a room change, that's when shit's really starting to happen for you.
Oh,
so
nice! I got that to look forward to.
Yeah, you do, man.
Well, even in certain Western occultic practices, like they find these magic books everywhere. There's this one ritual that has been linked to Freemasonry where the initiates, they're given a series of books that have blank pages, and that they tell you to look into it, to actually read the words, and then after a while you go through the rites. I think in a lot of ways social media has a lot of occultic power in it. We obviously know this with the egregore and so forth, and I think that's why Alexander Dugan thinks that Nick Land is a glow in the dark, because he thinks that the CCR Cybernetic Culture Research Unit like was involved with MI6, and there's all this like weird, like he thinks Nick Land is bringing on the Antichrist or something like that.
Ooh, so. I'm doing my Nick Land research because I'm trying to get him on soon.
Well, I mean, I don't doubt that the CCRU has at least was on the radar of MI6. I mean, the stuff that they were doing with cybernetics, for example, and aesthetics and the concepts they created. I mean, I definitely know that probably Mark Fisher was probably being monitored by the government.
Rest in peace.
What is exactly cybernetics? For those who don't know, and that actually includes me, I don't know what cybernetics is. So what is cybernetics?
I mean, it's
like a system. I'm hazy on the term as well, but all I know, it's about information feedback loops. Verse, maybe you know that.
I mean, I from the Nick Land sense, I don't have like enough of a detailed sense to be able to give him the proper definition. But I think he's using cybernetics as like the general like electronic connection between the connection between humans and technology, and then other humans via technology, etc. But
interesting.
Yeah. Does that encapsulate consciousness, or is it biological?
Your like self and like your consciousness and all that is shaped by the net and things like that. Like it is a recursion right? So when you consider the time frame, this is also when like the cybernetic feminism stuff came out, cyborg feminism stuff came
Cyborg
out.
feminism, yeah.
Yeah,
so like
xenofeminism was like an offshoot of CCRU stuff. with Sadie
exactly.
Plant.
Yeah. Then,
So, like,
then Donna Haraway went to critical animal stuff,
Exactly.
yeah.
So all this stuff is like yourself is inseparable from technology once it's been introduced. So like you are cybernetic now. Like I was just like for example, a good example would be like our memory is like not as strong as it used to be because we've outsourced our memory to like our technology. And
What's
similarly,
funny,
we also have like what's called ambient awareness. Like we have like insight into other people's lives because of like their updates in technology, like as if it were a true tribe. Like, you know, I have a general sense of like your well-being, et cetera, because you've done XYZ posts and like you've checked in here and here and here. Like these are like, you know, cybernetic like enhancements.
In a way,
to
like we
ourselves.
become each other's icons. So much like you would, let's say, worship a certain, you know, before it was like worshiping celebrities and pinups back in like the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. Now it's a minor type of worship of certain people whose faces and videos we keep seeing on a daily basis. Same thing with memes. So in that way, we become each other's thought forms, and those thought forms connect to the original person as well. So when you are thinking,
but I think it's less like the idolization, like a sainthood or like whatever. I think it's generally more like a reversion to like the tribal, like our tribal selves. Like even Alexander Bard, you just had him on the stream. In his book, like Digital Libido, he talks about like his work is like in like I can't remember his phraseology, but effectively he's talking about like we need to like look back at like our ancient human animal and how it's being translated into the net, because that's the only thing that's still the same about humanity is our tribal, and it's our tribal roots. It's our, you know, our human biology. And this is being like projected into the present via technology now. So we still have these exact same behaviors, and understanding how our tribal behavior is being utilized via cybernetics and vice versa is how we'll get insight into like what humans actually want and how we'll be able to thrive in this era.
I like that. I think technology, it tends to get a bad rap these days. Everybody wants to be like Ann Prim Gang or something. They want to worship Ted Kaczynski. And I understand the ideas behind it. It makes sense. But the thing is, I do think technology, like as harmful as it's been, it's doing something specific. It's using us to like seed the stars.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is natural. There's nothing that's not natural, I don't think. And some things are more volatile than others, but that's nature. And that's what technology is. It's the birth pangs of something greater. I think seeding other planets in the universe with the energy of the life here.
I genuinely think we're bringing like a god or a deity or like a higher entity into existence.
I agree, Verse. That's what I was just going to say. There was a thread a while back. I don't even know if it was on Twitter or if it was on an image board, but somebody said something once about how the only technology that has really been progressing in the last few hundred years in the West is like automation in and of itself. To you know, to what end? And so it's funny because he was bringing up in the same thread, he was using like civilization and RPG systems as a kind of explainer, and he said, you know how India and all of these countries, they may not have, you know, they didn't get to rocketry first, and they didn't get to you know, automation and factories. They didn't get to that first, but the Tantra is so well developed, and all of these, you know, you have 64 sacred sciences, you have a lot of the texts that aren't even available outside of their specific orders, and they're just becoming available now. And I think that's the thing that most people underestimate about these technologies that they've developed over there, these religious and spiritual technologies, is that they're only just being translated now. Like on YouTube, Chant Central is just now in the last 5 years bringing these mantras that have been secret for hundreds of years, and he's putting them on YouTube, and you'll occasionally see people in the comment sections like, why are you giving this to normies? Stop.
Wait, what is this?
You know,
what is this?
Chant Central. Yeah,
it's also like, it's crazy because like the Western world is great at like changing and manipulating the external reality, and like the Eastern world has like vast like understanding of like internal like, subjective experience, and it all is like a it's all kind of happening simultaneously, in that like our understanding and our ability to kind of like bring forth this deity to a higher being is happening, you know, via technology and like all these like practices.
Do you know Shambhala Publications?
They
Sounds
do.
familiar.
They publish. I've bought quite a bit of overpriced books, like from the Poly Canon and all that. And they're like the number one publisher of a lot of like Hindu and Buddhist texts. And they actually still have, if you look at their catalog, they still have certain texts that you have to prove that you're an initiate of a certain form of like Vajrayana Buddhism, for example. And people are like, wow, this is crazy that in the modern world they could still restrict text and it's like an initiate sort of thing. But the one thing I wanted to talk about, or rather to bring up, because Verse mentioned it, because not to toot my own horn, but I went to university that actually had a post-human studies institute, and it was really just a few professors, but I got to like be a part of some lectures and things like that, and really a lot of it's more about the fragmentation of being in terms of being embodied with the certain abilities and gender and all that, and really they consider transhumanism a smaller subsect of posthumanism, because transhumanism they consider to be like the bro nerd stuff, but posthumanism is really about, if you read people like Donna Haraway or what's her name, I went to her lecture, this Drake someone that talks about prosthesis and how like certain differently abled people are expressing their identity through various like artistic aesthetic, changing their arms and legs and stuff in the future. We're gonna have transplant. We're in the future. We're gonna have transplants, and so it's really about changing the human as such. And this is why I think they're pushing for there's a lot of almost like implicit Gnosticism to it. That the ancient world, they understood a lot of this, but it seems that we're intent on having this like critical theory Western workaround around a lot of these like different studies in terms of human capability and things like that, because a lot of these people, they talk about like the post-human animal and how we can communicate on different somatic levels with the animal and animality and stuff like that. But it's like really an academic nerd sort of way of going about it. It's like the closest, it's kind of like object-oriented ontology. It's the closest these people will come to spirituality, which I think is kind of sad, but
Well, Gio, I have a question for you. So you watched our stream with you remember the stream with Alexander Bard, what he was saying about his hate for Gnosticism. I was wondering if you can touch on that, why exactly, because he dismissed a lot of this stuff as being like fairy tale nonsense, where for him it's all about the Heraclitean changes that are constantly going on and nothing is permanent. But at the same time, I personally kind of imagine it as like a cone, where just like, and I guess all this is based on my meditation visions. That's the only thing that I have reference for, because it's the only thing that I am able to truly see and experience. So I could say, okay, this is something that I could apply to other things in the world. But anyway, it's like the periphery is a circle and it goes all the way to a point. And the idea here for me, my interpretation, is that yes, we have this cycle that keeps going in the life that we're living, but then the more you start going into the point at the center, the more you start seeing worlds that are more like ideas, archetypes, that are building up things like thought forms, that are building up things that then manifest themselves within this circle of life that we're living in.
Well, yeah, I think it's interesting. I wish I was on that one. I wish my internet didn't shit out, my fucking service provider, but maybe we'll have him on again, because
I'd love to. I think he'd love to. He really enjoyed being there.
Because I find his critique of Gnosticism, I wish he would elaborate a bit more, because he's a cyclical thinker, because it tends to be that a lot of people who, like especially in the 90s when he was writing about technology and cybernetics, a lot of these, they tend to be like Mark, what's that guy that was with Terence McKenna? Mark Pizarro, someone. A lot of these people tend to be implicitly Gnostic in their thinking around technology and the techno-human, the netizen. And so I think it's kind of crazy how Alexander Bard basically invented the concept of the netizen to be like such a vehement critic of like modern secular Gnosticism. I think that's kind of fascinating.
I think also, well, from my like understanding of him, it's the actual like I don't know, it's hard to explain, but he has a very like he likes to take like the most recent paradigm and then use it to explain the next one, if that makes sense. Right.
Oh, yeah.
So his concept of like the netizen, like just like we were just talking about like post-humanism and whatever, like the fragment itself. He's like big on like the individual from like Deleuze type of standpoint, or like and schizoanalysis and whatever. Like I think that he thinks of Gnosticism as like a intermediary step to like you know what I mean, like kind of like alchemy to chemistry. Like he thinks there's probably like the good ideas were transferred and there might be some like left over, but on the whole it's kind of like an intermediary is what I feel
right.
Like
he wants to skip the step.
Yeah, like he definitely references it. He like references like some of like the like he definitely 100% from my reading he references like some of the like more abstracted versions of Gnostic ideas, but through the lens of the most previous, through the lens of like schizoanalysis or through the lens of like Deleuze or whatever. So I wouldn't like I would say he's just like nominally not Gnostic, if that's coming across.
I'm following a little. Yeah.
No,
I think I asked in the chat, like, isn't Gnosticism more Heraclitean than traditional dualism? And I do remember Bard saying, I thought he actually just wanted to skip the Gnostic step or something. He thought
because Gnosticism is like dualism on crack cocaine.
Yeah.
I
think he just thinks it's a the misdirection as opposed to like being hyper dualist. You skip that. That was like the incorrect path forward. Just like in alchemy, the incorrect path forward was trying to transmutate, gold to lead to gold. That's the incorrect path, where like the correct path was to go and analyze things at a molecular level. Similarly, hyperdualism was bad. You should have went in the monist direction and rejected dualism.
Right. I always thought that was an interesting way to frame alchemy, as a failed attempt to transmute lead into gold, when really it was a process that had countless discoveries.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. There's good things from alchemy.
Well,
a lot of good things came from alchemy.
Yeah, much of alchemy was hidden, in the form of symbolism to prevent it from being persecuted as like a heretical sort of teaching during
exactly.
Yeah.
But I'm curious. I have to rewatch the stream. But what was exactly his critique of Giorgiani? He called him a Gnostic Hitlerite or something like that. I don't know.
He accused him for being racist against the Turks or Turkish people. And
but he's Persian. That comes with the territory. I mean,
well, Turks and Arabians, because they were invaded by both. I think that may have something to do with it, because Iran at the time, they got invaded, and the Mongols too.
But he's not. Is he? I haven't heard, because I've listened to all his talks with Jeffrey Mishlov. I read Prometheus and Atlas.
Well, the one thing that he does talk about is, if I remember it correctly, and please forgive me if I'm not saying this correctly, but it has to do with him wanting to do some kind of a eugenics program on the Iranians, so they would return to what they were before those conquests.
Oh, he says he's a eugenicist globalist. That's his thing. He says he's a globalist eugenicist.
What is that? What's eugenic globalism? Is it like making the best workers possible? Like what?
I have no idea.
He says that he's a cosmopolitan because the spirit of Iranian Mithraism was like the first cosmopolitanism, but he thinks that the Turkish Islamization of Iran has done untold damage to the original spirit, and it's kind of funny.
I'd agree.
I'd agree, yeah. But
he's definitely Zoroastrian, 100%.
Yeah, but it is funny how Iran has been. A lot of people don't know this in the West, but Iran has sort of been fucked over, 7 ways to Sunday, even on like the genetic level. During the Iran-Iraq War, untold millions of people were exposed to chemicals by Saddam Hussein, chemicals that were given to him by the Americans. And so Iran is like a hotbed of these different forces. And it's just, there's something spiritual about Iran. Like I almost agree with Giorgiani. There's a reason why everyone wants to attack and invade Iran and fuck them over and destroy.
Yeah, I think he's right there. I saw one of his videos. I looked him up after someone mentioned him on one of the other streams, and I think I saw his Mithra talk or whatever. That was really cool. I'm going to read his book. That's really interesting. But one of the things about Iran that I don't see a lot of people talk about is how many interesting pagan practices there are in Shia Islam. It's completely different. It feels so like,
well, the Sufis.
They're all Persian. Yeah.
What's interesting with the Shiites though is the morning of Ashura. You know, when you see those guys go out there and they're like hitting their backs with swords, and everyone's like slapping their chests, and there's a whole genre of music called like Noha, which is Noha, and there's some really cool. I'll link it to Lev later so you can put it on his Twitter. But there's some really awesome music that they make for like mourning the death of Ali and stuff. It's pretty emotional and it just feels old. You know, it just feels powerful. It feels like pretty Islamic.
Are you talking about the flagellants?
Yeah. They'll go out there and they'll hit their backs with swords. And you just got to see this. It's crazy. It's crazy stuff, man.
You got them cutting their children's foreheads open.
Yeah, they do with the foreheads. Yeah.
Total deathmatch wrestling.
There's something.
Yeah, they blade.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny is that the guy who practically invented deathmatch wrestling was the original Sheik, Ed Farhat. He was Iranian. Yeah.
Look at that.
Nice.
So
that is
there you
very
go.
Interesting.
It's deep wisdom.
But I think
deep wisdom.
But about Giorgiani, the one thing I would quickly add, I think what's the most interesting about him, his involvement in right-wing politics, is that it problematizes, I would say, I don't know if he's read Bronze Age mindset, but I think he's more referring to the Wignats and the sort of Larpagans, like, because his dichotomy is that, you know, there's Nordicist and they're localist on one side, and they're like neo-pagans, Germanic neo-pagans. And then in his thing, he wanted to bring the alt-right towards what he thinks is the mythos of Mithraea, which is cosmopolitan in character. And he said that there was a potential there. But then he's like, well, what happened? Then Richard Spencer came along and fucked everything up, and he got implicated, and he was really bitter about that. And there's a whole thing with Jeffrey Mishlove about how he wanted to steer the alt-right into a more almost like neo-Eurasianist direction, but like only Iran instead of Russia. So yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Remember, the way Giorgiani talks about Richard Spencer reminds me how Nassim Taleb talks about his encounter with Jeffrey Epstein when I think he was with Mandelbrot. He's with Mandelbrot.
Whoa.
Someone told him to go meet Jeffrey Epstein, and he goes something about this guy glows in the dark or something.
Yeah.
And Giorgiani, I think, started to question if he was like a something manufactured. Yeah.
But I don't know, because there's something I wouldn't cast aside the Germanic paganism stuff, obviously, because I just think that I don't know, I side more with Giorgiani a little bit, obviously, because of, you know, the optics of it. But
well, but also Spencer, I believe that he does have and I'm just saying this as somebody who just half-assedly looked at it, so it may be wrong, but that Spencer has connections through his people up in Montana to the Bush family. Now I don't know.
Oh yeah, there's a picture of him and Laura Bush.
That's true. Yeah, if that's
just
a real picture, then definitely.
Like the head Nazi that gets to hang out on CNN and give his opinions. There's just something wrong with that.
Clearly goes in the dark.
And by the way,
get that position otherwise.
To what people were, to what Gio you were saying earlier about Mithraism, I wanted to add one quick thing, which is that Giorgiani's interpretation of Mithraism is that it's this universal rebellion against a static order. So he looks at something like the pirate flag with the bones crossed at 30 or like 23 degrees as being a symbol of crossing order, where the skull represents order and death, just like this inevitability of cyclical death, while these bones are crossed to represent the precession of the equinoxes. And he says that Mithra is a figure that represents the precession, and the precession basically means the earth is at a tilt, and it means that we go through all these different eons of time where we have a chance of fighting against this very static order that otherwise would be if the earth was just like that. So I find it a very interesting take on this
it's
universal
interesting
battle.
It's interesting how different people have the interpretations. Like if you look at a lot of like a lot of the Germanic pagan people, it's like, well, Germany was the center of so many different developments, but then, Giorgiani comes along and he says, well, no, it's Iran. It's Iran. Then Dugan comes and says, no, it's Russia.
Well, technically
and then
speaking,
Sonny
it's both.
comes along and it's like, no, the Indo-Aryans.
No, but it's all three. If they're talking, well, if all three of them are right, then all three of them are right, because technically they're talking about like the Scythians and all those people who were kind of from the same place. So if that's what they're getting at, then neither of them is technically wrong. If they're both, if they're correct.
Were there Aryans in my neck of the woods and my ancestors, the Mediterraneans?
Well, I believe they were moving around.
Allegedly, yeah, because
you have the Dorians.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But even with the Dorians, like, my fascination is not so much this is an Aryan, this is Dorian, whatever. My fascination is more primordial than that. Like, what happened way before, like, the Antideluvian times, like the Atlanteans and all that stuff. That's what I'm really fascinated by, because we tend to separate and branch out, like, here are the Aryans, here are the Jews, here are yada, 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 while really so many of these branches go back into a root. And that root is something that I am extremely curious about, and I think that, I don't know whether it would be genetic research, I don't know what exactly it would be, maybe going into the astral realm, the Akashic Records, and figuring all this stuff out. But I really like Rudolf Steiner's take on it, even though I don't fully subscribe to his idea of...
Well, you're not a theosophist, bro?
I'm not a
theosophist.
Oh,
bro, come on, bro.
But
that's what all the cool kids are doing.
But I still find it very interesting where he starts off the material form as not flesh, but as this thought form that then starts to solidify into something solid, where I kind of see it like Brahma's breath, where the universe is created through thought forms manifesting themselves in something more physical and more physical and more physical, and then eventually the breath gets withdrawn back in and everything starts becoming a thought form again, even though we're constantly experiencing thought forms whenever we think or whenever we go into these realms through meditation or whenever we dream.
But I think it's interesting how Giorgiani is a Heideggerian, because a lot of Giorgiani's thought comes off as like similar in that he thinks that Greek metaphysics fucked everything up, and it's like the Greeks and the Greek paganism was the one that like made the West go in a certain trajectory, whereas the pre-Socratics, he believes, of course, like using Heidegger as like the house of being, the being of beings, he believes that they were influenced by the Iranians, right? The Mithraic cults. He believes that like the pre-Socratics are very similar to the Iranian philosophers. So like that's his way, that's like his esoteric Heideggerian way of saying, no, it's not the Greeks, it's the Iranians.
Well, didn't Alexander Bard also say that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, didn't Alexander Bard also say that Heraclitus was Iranian?
I think so.
Yeah, there was a lot of like cross-pollination happening then. Definitely. And like even like we know, like, for example, like Aristotle went and studied in, or maybe it's the other way around, studying with like the Middle East, with like I can't remember if it was Aristotle going there or like they're the ones who like preserved Aristotle's teachings, and that's why we still have them, because of the burning of Alexandria, and that's why it's kind of like that Iranian thought is already mixed into like, I don't know, I can't remember the historical order, but like that cross-pollination just happened constantly, but especially during like a lot of it happened especially during like the Middle Ages, in when like a lot of like European thought was lost, it was preserved in the Middle East. So like a lot, I don't know, it's hard, like it's even if I don't know the factuality of, or whether or not Heraclitus was truly Persian or whatever, but like his ideas, all of the ideas that we know of, like, pre-Socratic and all that, are already steeped in Persian ideas in our modern time that we experience of it when we read.
This is the horror. This is the abject horror of the modern university, the modern history, anthropology departments being taken over by like contemporary, like liberal woke ideology, because there's so much fascinating things throughout history that it warrants exploration, but it seems that you can't explore anything because it creates, like, even just exploring something like that contradicts the out of the Africa theory is like one of these things that's like a no-go. It's really a shame in a lot of ways.
Definitely.
It's because they're old church ladies, the secular order of church ladies trying to like stop everyone from having fun or intellectual exploration.
There's a really interesting quote, by the way, from Giorgiani's Iranian Leviathan, where he's talking about the Nizari Ismailis. For those who don't know, they were the assassins, the ones that were up on Mount Alamut, who were conducting all these different assassination operations. And, they were living life on the razor's edge. So the quote goes like this. To be an Ismaili is to be of the elite of the universe. The Nizari saw the human form as so perfect that all things must pass through that form before achieving spiritual perfection. They even held a humanistic view of superhuman beings, so that angels or devils or fairies are simply certain kinds of men. In the Haft Bab, the view is stated that the Paris ruled the earth in the time before Adam. These putatively preternatural Paris or fairies, who are also called jinn, are actually a certain kind of human being, neither as good as angels nor as wicked as divs or demons. So I find that to be a very interesting thing, just as the announcement that Hassan II made on Alamut Fortress, where he was not just addressing the human beings there, but was also addressing the jinn and the fairies. So when was the last time you had somebody address the jinn and the the demons and the fairies along with the human beings at the congregation? That doesn't really happen as far as I'm able to see.
So are they implying that like upon death you achieve like some sort of like lower level apotheosis?
I guess it depends on what you did here. Just like the Mormons think they get their own planet, but I don't know. I think different strokes for different folks. That's my. But I wanted to go back to Serpentmound and address something that was talked about earlier. Verse, you were talking about it when it comes to the outsourcing of the human mind to technology, and
we brought that up in the transhumanist stream.
Exactly. But the reason why I want to touch on that a little bit more is, where do you personally see Serpentmound, the limitation of, let's say, the beings that you would say are the highest in terms of psychic achievement? Like, where
do
is
I
the
see
wall?
the limits on them?
Yeah, where is the wall in terms of like our physical nature, what we're capable of? And I would love to ask this for everybody as well.
I don't know if there is one. I mean, who knows what you can achieve at the highest level, but I'd say the highest level would just be the universe itself, right? It would be pure Dharma embodied, which theoretically would mean anything is possible. Literally anything.
Well, it would have to be like breaking samsara, so that
Exactly,
the limitations of the matter in space are utterly gone, and there's no more attachment to material. It is literally only potentials.
Exactly.
That's all that would exist.
Yeah, exactly. There would be no like it wouldn't even fit within the world of physical existence.
We're built to be attached to the material world. That's what we. That's the human condition. Like, we can't even fathom this stuff. Everything, because that's the thing. That's what, when they go into like string theory and all that, it's saying that like, and there's always a dimension where everything that is possible could be happening. But really, I don't think they're happening. It's just that the mathematical potential always exists within the universe itself. And that's what's real. It's this material and time that's fake. It's just our bodies sensing stuff that's meant to distract us.
Well, it's like the image on a computer isn't really real. It's not the real world.
Yeah.
But it's so easy to get.
On the other hand, representation is the real, according to another system. So, for instance, that's like how I tend to view things. I think that there is no such thing as a symbol. The symbol is the thing in of itself. If you take on that mentality, then like reality is just another layer.
Yeah, I agree that it's symbolic, and there's no distinction. It's one and the same. But yeah, I agree.
Almost goes into like to what's that called, simulation theory and all of that, but everybody wants to go get so technological with that, but that could just be karma.
Yeah,
they can't conceive of it outside of like, many people, not everyone,
like
many people can't conceive of like
programming
Yeah.
the simulation in some.
It's Bugman stuff. Like they have to
Exactly.
utilize like the Bugman, whatever, to these like concepts to like conceive of something that like has been like said in many different like traditions, around the world, more or less. Like, I don't know. It is clearly just like their inability to comprehend like a more spiritual or like quote unquote mythological like telling of the universe. So they have to utilize like
Once
materialism.
again, we're at the esoteric and the exoteric.
Yeah. Well, they have this conception that intelligent design is not possible, yet that's only possible if it was created by someone on the outside. Yet, for whatever reason, that can't be any sort of spiritual being. It has to be in the material sort of sense.
And they still effectively it's just intelligent design anyway. It's the exact same concept,
Yeah,
just
they
spun
did
a
not-
different way.
Yeah.
Well, when it comes to something that was brought up by Alexander Bard and was brought up, I believe, by Gennady as well, emergent phenomena. I never truly understood that concept of, so there's this big bang and all of a sudden you get all these chemical reactions and these chemical reactions create life, just because it's like emergence. Well, what is this emergence? Like that's the thing that I always have struggled with when people talked about it.
It doesn't have to be a big bang. It could be a big bounce, and it could be like in a different point for the beginning of infinity. But the nature of emergence is an empirical phenomenon, but it's also something that I think goes past empiricism. It just means that things emerge from nothing. And as a dynamic claim, this is why Hayek is sometimes framed as encouraging people to view the market as a deity, when really he does a good job of describing how the weather works if you just step back and look at it.
It's the big hand wave is what it is. It's just let's hand wave a miracle of creation, and then
my problem with that is that there's
Chaos
no intent.
theory?
Things always emerge from nothing. It's the Gutenberg press. It's the internet. It's
Well, I don't know. I don't
previously
think that's from nothing. I think that there was a lot of
innovation.
intent there. I think there is intent, and it's not just going to be poof, all of a sudden we have emergence. I think that for example, I like the Kabbalistic view of it, where in the Kabbalah they described giving, like the force of giving and then the force of receiving.
Well,
People come with intent, but things emerge without intent. If you just look at new species that emerge in nature, like without human touch. Obviously, it would be different if you were genetically engineering animals and those are emerging. Those would be emerging through intention. But I don't think the same agency could be applied if you're looking at just different animals springing from evolution.
Jules, I think I actually agree with you on this, because I don't think that evolution is necessarily teleological. Evolution is very much adaptational to like immediate stimuli. And furthermore, when you talk about a big bounce, to me, in terms of imagery, it just makes me think of breathing. So when you talk about emergence, it's like the emergence of a new breath. And I mean, it's really nice to think about, because honestly, a lot of the time I feel like we have like different languages to describe similar impressions. The fact that the market is arguably like compared to a deity, it's not terribly unreasonable. And the same thing goes for the weather. There is like no differentiation. These are just like different ways of looking at the same thing.
Complex systems, if you look at the difference between open and closed complex systems, more things will emerge in a open complex system than a closed one. For example, if you're playing the card game War, right? That's a closed complex system, which is not the same as a game of Magic the Gathering, which bans cards, introduces new cards. The rules keep changing. They retire old rules. And depending on the environment, like you might be playing Classic or some kind of like home rules with Monopoly. So it's
I mean, I agree with all of this. I do think that once the first move has occurred, the rules are set in place, and there is chaos, and order emerges from the chaos via entropy. I agree with all that, but I think that we're way too quick to like hand wave away the initial the beginning of like the first mover. Yeah. It was like, oh well, the pre-playing time, like he's like, all right, you're hand waving the most important part. Yeah, I understand. Once the system is gotten going, there are rules in place, but like the creation ad ex nihilo doesn't make inherent sense. I get why it's a useful tool. It allows you to like go, okay, this part's a little too complicated. Let's focus on what we can actually measure and work with. But fundamentally, it doesn't make sense.
Well, I have a question.
Well, I never trusted Lawrence Krauss, right, with the universe out of nothing. Yeah. But now that I know that he's pretty much on the flight logs, I mean...
Yeah, exactly. Fucking Steven Pinker both.
Yeah. I always had a feeling of him and Steven Pinker. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
You never know by looking at
a lot of the edge scientists are.
Yeah, right. That physiognomy isn't telling.
Now, Cowboy, you've looked more into Civs than I think most people that I know. Would you say that something like Civs that would override certain rules that we are operating under would
150%? Yeah, absolutely. And there are like specific ordained paths through life that are given to people of like heroic qualities. And when they say hero, they don't mean like what you're thinking. Like you could cannibalize people and be a hero.
Well, just like in the Bible, right? They had like men of renown.
Murphy.
Yeah, like there are, and the thing is that, as I was saying earlier, what's really amazing about the last, especially 5 years, is that the most obscure tantric stuff is coming to light now. It's finally being translated, and it's finally accessible to English speakers. And it's funny that Wikipedia, you have like a page for the 64 sacred sciences, but none of them are clickable, so you can't go to any of those. And there's like an entire lineage of teachings just for how to awaken your master in the morning properly with music. Like there's been like 1,000 years of development just for that are all written down. Or there's like how to one of the sacred sciences is like rumor finding or gossip finding, and it's really interesting. I would love to find I would love to read the texts on that, because that sounds a lot like what I posted about psychogeography and urban exploration. Because if you're like, if there's like a sacred science or a tantric art of rumor finding and gossip finding, like that's what I picture, is if you're trying to find stuff in the local area and divine information, and you have all of these devas and devis attached to all of these different things, that's so fascinating to me, and I can't wait till more of that stuff comes to light. But even on the Hindi version of Wikipedia, it's even worse. The English is actually better than the Hindi wikis, like wiki pages.
So where would the sources be then? What's the limit to how much we already have?
So in order to even find like information about Chinnamasta beyond what was available and what I was taught directly about her, I had to go into like deep into like HTML, ancient HTML, like Hindi web 1.0 sites, and there's like PDFs you download, and I had to like OCR scan it, and I had to go into a Discord and ask someone to translate it for me and all this other stuff. And it was just, like it's getting to the point that I'm going to have to learn Sanskrit in order to do what I want to do.
Oh my God.
Powerful.
Yes, that's a good point to be at.
Yeah, but Sanskrit isn't that hard to learn. And what's cool about Sanskrit, Luke Smith brought this up, and he's got like a tech channel, but he's a linguist, and he specializes in ancient languages. And he was talking about what the coolest thing about Sanskrit is that you can create words for modern technology really easily with Sanskrit, because you just combine words and the meaning's like instantly communicated. Like you could call the internet like world lightning that communicates information or something like that, or like a way to, and people get it. Like you'll get the gist of what it means. And that's what's so cool, is that you can compound these different terms together, and it's apparently not that hard to learn. And I'm saying that now quite arrogantly. I bet it'll be a lot harder to learn than I think. But anyway, getting back to Civs, and this connects to the lack of information available. There's only like a few of the Civs that are actually taught in these lineages are you like most of them you can't read anything about, and most of the ones that you find on Wikipedia, like that's just a tiny number of them. There's way more than that. Like there's a city I know of that someone told me about who knows this kind of stuff, where you can right before you die, you can die in your body, predicting your death, and then reincarnate back into your body. And supposedly there's some guru in Kerala who lives in a cave, like out in the jungle, and he's like 250 years old, and he's reincarnated twice into his own body. And like there's a bunch of people that say they'll bring their like retarded kids there, and he'll touch their head, and then all of their problems disappear. I want to go meet this guy.
We gotta bring Chris Chan. We gotta bring Chris Chan to this guy.
Yeah, and this, like, that's one of many stories. And like totally sane Westerners go there, and there's a guy on YouTube talking about how another guru would tap eggs and turn them into like live chickens, and they'd like a live chicken would hatch out of an egg. Or there's like, and then or you'll have like it's just amazing that
just drink
there's all this stuff. There's all this stuff we don't know.
I'll give you an example of a siddhi. So I have an Indian friend who grew up in an environment where her she also had a guru in a way. Like her grandfather, he was a pandit, and the siddhi that she has allows her to look at anything and be able to just magnify it, going into the cells and the molecules. At least that's how she explains it to me. So it's a very interesting thing. I wonder if you heard about that.
I've heard about that one. The most interesting one I've heard about was the ability to sense consciousness within objects, to like sense if an object is alive or not. There's like a whole procedure for getting these siddhis, and they're usually accessible through the fierce devis and devas. So there's always like a caveat. Like you're either going to have to be this extremely divine person that goes about like maybe even multiple lifetimes to accumulate this, but then there's like these expedient methods. Like there's a huge human sacrifice uptick right now in parts of India. Like there's tons of human sacrifice happening right now, where there'll be like a dispute between two families, and then someone will sacrifice a child to curse the other family. Like just look up human sacrifice India on Google. You'll find stories from like last month. There's tons of this shit happening. There's like an uptick in tantrics like doing their practices out in the open now, and that's like leading up to this whole, like, it's just all surrounding this eclipse and all this shit with China. It's insane, dude. Like it's crazy that people are getting instantly deconditioned from humanistic reality just by reading the news. They're like just imagine being the average person reading about there's people doing human sacrifices in 2020.
Yeah, we're not in Kansas anymore.
Been fascinated by the Agori, the like left-hand path of Hinduism, and these guys, they like practice cannibalism, and they live in cemeteries, and they'll just cut like an arm off or something like that. And the idea is that like shocking your system like that breaks you free from dualism, and suddenly you can see the world as it truly is, which frees you from the time and space limitations supposedly. And that's always been fascinating to me.
There was a guy that reached out to me on Twitter named Vira, and I think his name is the same. I think it's a different transliteration of Viram, which is like the rasa of heroism, or like the quality of heroism. But this guy reached out to me and he was like, "Have you ever read like Dr. Svoboda's book on Agora?"
It's my favorite book.
Yeah, I said I haven't read it, and he said give it a shot. So if anybody else wants to read that out there,
I have most of an audio book of it on my channel, Yak Up Alive.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Playlist.
There was an episode I remember on CNN with Riza Aslan, who went to visit these Agoris, and they got very mad at him. Like they thought he was very impolite to them. He ended up eating human brain, but at the same time something rubbed him the wrong way. So one of the Agoris flung his poo at him, and the entire crew ran away.
Yeah.
By the way, listen to the band Agora, please. One of the best metal bands.
There's supposed to be like medical side effects of eating too many brains.
Yeah, prionic disease. You get prionic disease.
Kuru, that's what.
Prionic, is that a real thing? Is this
just
like
prionic disease is real?
Something?
Yeah.
Now,
it's real.
Is this human brains, or could it be like cow brains, for instance?
It can even be human organs. It can be human organs too, not just brains. Like
because there's certain micro chemicals. I forget the exact thing, but there's certain neurotic chemicals that human flesh has that like
human flesh, but what about animal flesh, like cow brains, for instance?
No, we don't.
No, prionic disease doesn't generally come from eating animals, but there's tribes that have practiced cannibalism for hundreds or thousands of years have resistance to prionic diseases, and so they can get away with eating people and they won't get the same diseases that someone from a society that hasn't cannibalized people for a long time will get. But what's so interesting about the Agori is that there's this thing in India where in Western countries, you just like, there's this thing, you don't go to graveyards at night, and there's like a superstition around it that's like magnified by 10,000 in India, because there's this general belief that if you're in the countryside, you don't go to the cremation grounds at night, because that's like the domain of tantrics, and 99% of the practices and 99% of the gods that you worship, their abode is in cremation grounds. Like Chamunda, she's in fig trees, cremation grounds. Chinnamasta shows up in cremation grounds. Dhumavati shows up in isolated areas. So like all of these tantric deities generally show up in these inauspicious places. And there's
that's what Svoboda's book is about. The left hand of God. He meets Tara Ma in a charnel ground.
Yeah.
Gives him a boon, and suddenly he's got all these cities.
Yeah, that's I can speak from firsthand experience. It's real, but the it's just funny that he's this Westerner, because I don't know much about him, because once again I haven't read his book. I learned this from a teacher, right?
It's about his guru.
Okay, that's really cool. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. It's pretty interesting though how well respected he is in India, and how he kind of like led a revitalization of tantra in like the public eye, because there's there's a lot of the guys that are just like street magicians that are just pulling tricks for like news channels, but then there's like the guys that are really out there like meditating and smearing themselves in human ash. And there's a guy on YouTube, I'm going to link this to you later, Lev. There's a guy on YouTube he's not an Agori, he's a different kind of tantric, but he live streams his rituals on YouTube, and he's got like 20 subscribers, and he does rituals on YouTube in cremation grounds at night. And you'll see like some people like come to the cremation ground at night while he's on video, and the videos are so pitch black and on a shitty camera that you can't really make out much detail. But one of the craziest things I ever saw in his live stream is that there was someone in the chat freaking out, and I was using Google Translate, and he was like guessing people's names and shit, and he was like flipping them out, and his eyes were like glowing on the screen, and he's like throwing ash at the camera, and I was just like, okay, this guy's awesome. Crazy. He painted a pot with someone's wife's name on it, because she was like, he said she was a quarrelsome woman. And so then he broke the pot, and then the marriage was fixed. And I said I put the Sanskrit name Chinnamasta in there, and he kept going Jai Jai Chinnamasta. And he was like all hype man, because he could tell I was a Westerner. He could tell I wasn't from there, and I'm posting these like tantric deity names in there. He's like, you can just tell. He's like, oh shit.
We should get a GoFundMe for this guy, so that he can get a Sony DSLR, which is really good at capturing in the dark.
I'd be into that.
And by the way,
awesome.
the reason why I was asking about beef brains. So over here, I don't know if you guys can see this.
Ancestral supplements. Yeah. I love them.
Yeah,
They're
guys,
awesome.
If you're watching this right now, the Ancestral Supplements people, if you're watching this right now, see what an amazing stream we do here. So become a sponsor.
Dude, if we could get sponsored by them, that'd be awesome.
Speaking of brains,
I use desiccated livers all the time.
Nice.
Oh, they have a liver. They have a liver.
Yeah, here, I'll show you.
I'm gonna have to get this. But I was saying that you could get prion diseases from eating monkey brains, allegedly, like primate brains from like chimpanzees and such. That's what they say.
Yeah,
but I've never tried.
Nah, that's just a meme. I don't know about that.
One of my best friends is.
I'm just saying you probably could. But...
I think what happens with prions, it usually comes an organism that's genetically close to yourself, like mad cow disease came from cows that cannibalized other cows. So.
Mm-hmm.
You guys ever see those videos of Angela Merkel just having like shaking fits in public?
Yes.
Yeah. Child brains, definitely.
Wait, now what about?
It's nuts, man.
What about Wendigo?
Or Biden? The symptoms of prion disease is pretty much what Joe Biden demonstrates every time he's on camera.
Now, what about Wendigo psychosis?
No, don't research.
Do not research. Do not
research.
I wouldn't worry about it.
I wouldn't worry about it.
I like that. It had kind of like a CIA agent vibe in a way. Like he just wanted to. I wouldn't worry about it. Like we know what we're doing.
I legitimately believe Jordan Peterson has it though, and that's why he's in Russia.
Makes
Ooh.
sense. It does.
Yeah, no, I think he really did contract it because I don't know, just like the color of his skin and like how his health was in decline and his like I don't know, there's something creepy about all that. There's just something really weird about that whole situation. And
Especially that interview, eh?
Yeah, I'm just picturing like he's in like a Russian hospital and like the hit squad comes in, they're like hanging meat over his face and they're like, if you tell us some secrets, we'll feed you this. Give us the names of these Canadian agents, and they're just like hanging meat over his head.
Jordan Peterson did the Outlaw Pass. Don't research that, but it's real.
The Dyatlov Pass? Is that what?
Yeah, he was there.
Oh.
That was all him.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say it was a weather storm. Fuck that. It was some kind of crazy stuff going on.
It was Jordan Peterson in his Wendigo mode. He had to.
Yeah. Do you think he'll be cured and come back healthy?
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe he should try washing his penis a little bit. That should
scrub it harder.
That's how Jordan Peterson won't eat an unwashed penis. That's the only part of a body that he won't eat.
Now, are penises considered delicacies? Like, I know in China they have like some weird restaurant where it's like
Bull
tiger
penis.
penises and all that. I mean, they're all into like the fertility, like rhino horns and all kinds of weird shit. But I don't know, is there something to it, or is it just complete?
Have you ever seen that Serpent ZA video? That guy that did like he did like the breakdown of how he thought that COVID started, and he like lived in China, and they've been sending like Chinese thoughts after him on WeChat to like try and get him to like send nudes and stuff because they want to like ruin his reputation. But
that's right. The Chinese government, they control e-girls. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. Anyway, so he was in China and he was talking about how some of the biggest culture shocks that he went through was he'd go into like a grocery store and there'd be like a giant crane, like a huge crane, just a full bird in a jar, like in a preserve, and it would just be sitting in there. And then there'd be other animals in there. And he says there's a lot of people that really do believe it works. And there's a lot of businessmen that spend shitloads of money, like really traditionally STEM oriented Chinese businessmen will spend $10,000 on some remedy. And there has to be something to it. And I know that there's other aspects of Chinese medicine that do work. So I don't know, man. I'm bullish on Chinese medicine. I think it's the real deal, and I'd be interested. Like if someone told me, "Hey, I'm gonna pay $2,000, you can drink this crane juice," I'd go for it, just to see what happens.
Yeah.
You guys ever? Go ahead.
I have very little input on Chinese medicine, but from what little I've looked into it, it works. It makes sense. I verified it intuitively, and it is so far correct.
Yes. You guys ever hear of John Chang?
Oh yeah, the Chi Master.
Yes. So yeah, he was using, and to me, it's basically a siddhi. It sounds like he's connecting two chakras and he's like creating an electric shock with his hands, and he's using it in like acupuncture and all of this. But there was like a Western film crew who was there documenting it, who were supposedly skeptical, but they felt it full force. And there's this scene where he lights a stack of newspaper on fire with just his hands, just like Hadouken. And it just lights up, and like I guess the implication is like you could kill a man with that, but it's like with that amount of attainment, why would you?
And
yeah, because you get to that point, it's like, well, but okay, but then there's some contrary information here, because there are people that have attained, and they attained it through murder. I know that's real. I know for a fact that exists. And
what?
That's the idea of Skinwalker.
Yeah. The Skinwalker is a great example of that.
Well,
and but in India there are initiations that involve killing like traditionally killing a Brahmin, for example. Like if you were a Shudra, if you were like the lowest caste or a Dalit or whatever, there was like a secret Matangi initiation where you would go and kill a Brahmin and then take his skull. And you would accept whatever penalty came if the law found you, but that you would essentially get all of these powers because she represents like outcasts, and she represents thieves, and in the modern day she represents hackers. And there's a group of hackers in India who have a murti of her. They have a temple in their like hacker cave. It's a real deal. And but anyway, so there's actual procedures for. If you want to get this siddhi, go murder this high-ranking official and then make his skull into an artifact.
Yeah, I want to bring things back to John Chang for a little bit. So I don't know if you remember Yakov, but at the end of the documentary, he disappears because he says he had a dream of his dead master who told him like that he was showing off this forbidden knowledge, and that was something that was very against his practices. And I'm fairly sure Cowboy mentioned it before that he's not really allowed to talk about the ins and outs of what he's learned.
Supposedly he was heavily chastised for it, and he felt very bad about it. That his guru, his master, that he felt that way, and yeah, he was very worried about it. It seemed like.
Yeah. It's also not just chastisement, but speaking from experience, it's also protecting people, because there's some information that if you give like the most steadfast, patient person a little bit of information, the kind of like sweeping changes that you can unleash upon the world just by telling one person something is actually, it's not something to underestimate. Like if you just give someone a little piece of knowledge like that, it really does. It can do a lot of damage. And so it's not necessarily like you're even trying to be shady. It's just that when you learn something like that, you're like, what are the consequences of telling someone how to do this? Because what's he going to go use it for? If he finds out that you can do X, Y, or Z to somebody's brain, like what's he going to use that for?
Exactly.
And the other thing that freaks me out is that when you learn that this stuff is possible, you're thinking, what the fuck are these gigantic think tanks doing?
Yeah.
Because if a guru out in the forest can figure out how to do this, like what is the CIA doing?
Yeah, pouring millions of dollars into
Well, that's
these programs. Something has to be coming out of them. I would think.
Isn't this the idea of the breakaway civilizations, where you have people who are kind of tired and sick of all these Amerisharts and just want to go out somewhere and just live in their Elysium? So, for example, that was something that your Johnny was also talking about in relation to the Nazis, where his claim is that the Nazis, a lot of them ended up fleeing away to the inner earth, to Agartha or whatever, and making their bases there. I don't actually think Giorgiani is on board with the inner earth, but he basically said like bases in Antarctica, and how they were the ones who released Roswell as a prank, bro. Like they released Roswell with like some deformed human being inside of it, so as to just fuck around with the Americans and show them who's in charge. Now, I don't know whether this is legitimate or not, but it's very interesting. It's a very interesting thought to think about. Like all this time, they're still in operation somewhere. It's kind of freaky.
I think the implications with like the deep state and the think tanks and all that, it gets horrifying when you look into MK Ultra. You look into it deeply. It had so many tentacles. One being Project Monarch, where it was all about like shattering people's psyches and building up like sex slaves and assassins and politicians and all of these things. And then like MK Ultra, it lasted 20 years and they discontinued. It was just gone. And in my view, it went black. And then you have things like the Finders cult pop up, where and I think all of this, the trafficking children and the trauma they're inflicting, I don't think it's just blackmail. Like I think they're trying to conjure things and abilities using children and sex slaves. It's fucking terrible.
Do you think on that topic of children, the plasticity in the brain is it's much more malleable? Do you think it has anything to do with that, with what they are trying to do?
God, I for one am glad I don't fucking understand their obsession with children. I don't know if it's that, or if it's the bloodlines, or if it's just some weird black magic using sex rituals. Like, God.
Yeah, I think terrifying. I'm been delving more and more into it, and there's some books I'm still trying to read, but like I think it's just sexual black magic rituals.
Yep.
When you think about it, like you have we know for a fact, like, anyone's been like a fraternity, like secret societies are legitimate in, in the United States and like throughout the world. Right. And then when you have, a secret society in Hollywood where there's already all this pedophilia anyway. Right. They think they're beyond reproach. I think they're super powerful. And then the best way to like demonstrate like sadism and like, revel in, whatever deviancy is to do it to like the most vulnerable of people. So it makes sense that like the elite, people who consider themselves elite and powerful would choose to like, do sexual black magic on like, the to the weakest among us, unfortunately.
Yeah.
but it's dark shit. But like it's more and more we're realizing it's very clearly going on, and people have known, and it's fucked up.
Don't you think that's like when you translate it to things like social media? Don't you think that's so scary? How these thought forms can manifest and manipulate people, and it's an endless feedback loop. It's just something so almost satanic to me,
Exactly, and I think it's about I think it's at least 500,000 children. I think it's closer to 800,000 children go missing in a year, and those are the cases that are unsolved. So and the fact that like most people know about it is fucked up, but it's like the fact that also nothing's going to be done is, I think, even more fucked up.
What's fucked up is that everyone on Earth can agree that the world is run by pedophiles for 2 months, then they kill Epstein, and everyone forgets.
And then
that's what's fucked.
And if you bring it up, people think you're like insane.
Yeah,
like,
they agreed with me for 2 months.
Yeah.
It was just a meme. That's another psychological operation right there. It was just a meme, bro.
Well, they turned Epstein didn't kill himself into a meme. That's what they did with 9/11 was an inside job and all that stuff. They turned it into a joke.
They find a phrase and then they push the phrase to make people seem like they're like it's
to the point of absurdity.
Or something. And this is old. This is like right from the beginning, like the black helicopters thing. That was from the 80s, right?
Yeah. They have something like Q, where a lot of the images, it's very similar to the way like the Tea Party movement, for instance. I remember growing up and looking up images of the Tea Party people, and most of them were, again, like these Amerifat burger people who were in wheelchairs with like little tea hats on them. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very, very bad optics. And I think same thing with a lot of the Q boomers. It looks hokey.
It looks hokey, and like they do that. They've been doing this since like time immemorial. Like Remember the Maine is like a classic example from like the 20s, where like legitimate like false flag, and they memed Remember the Maine until people kind of forgot that false flag exploded a ship in like the Caribbean against when they were doing some stuff with Cuba or whatever. And then like we do it again. Like this happens over and over and over again. It is like the classic psyop for the U.S. It's like. When you learn a little bit too much, you create a meme. Oh, Iran Contra is another one. Like they declassified that. You're like, oh yeah, we were right the whole time.
They also had a video game, Contra, very popular.
Yeah, Contra. Yeah, they make a meme out of it, legit, and then like it becomes absurd, and then everyone's like, oh yeah, well that's just a meme. Well, it's just like a video game.
Was that a good game, by the way, Contra?
Contra's legit. Yeah, Contra's good as fuck.
I've never played it. Like I've never had a Nintendo. My first game system was a Sega Saturn.
Yeah. Well,
you
mentioned
it's shooter, really difficult shooter.
Yeah, you mentioned the Iran Contra affair, and I'm pretty sure that was kind of orchestrated by Oliver North, was his name, who Trump put into a pretty important position, I think, a year or two ago.
Yeah, and we were toppling elections in the in the whatever the Central America. It's the key, the number one play in the playbook is us expose conspiracy and then make a meme and then everyone forgets.
But what I would love to see happen, just for the fun of it, is to have somebody who's like got nothing to lose already, somebody who's older, who doesn't really have kids or anybody to pass something on to, and they're a celebrity. And they're, I'm going to go on Jimmy Fallon or, name, Ellen or whatever. And I'm just going to be extremely frank and just say a lot of this stuff very openly.
Yeah, but you can't go on Ellen.
That's what makes me think it's magical. That's what makes me think
it's
magical in that. That's what makes me think it's magical in nature, is that if they're so afraid when they're old, is it that they're worried about the afterlife or reincarnation? Like that's what really speaks to me in terms of all of this shit being esoteric, is that they must truly have seen or believe in some kind of consequence beyond their own lifespan.
That or
they have scriptures.
Even simple, like I do agree with what you're saying, but even simply, they could just have a gun to their kids.
No. That's the whole point. I'm saying if you have somebody without a family, without any kids, just somebody who made it big, who's a celebrity. I can't really think of one right now. I'm sure that there's got to be somebody out there who would, let's say, okay, they're 60 years old. No, okay, they're 70 years old. They're like a classic celebrity, and they know about all the shit. They go on Jimmy Kimmel, and they just let loose. They've got nothing to lose.
But you couldn't go on Jimmy Kimmel because Jimmy Kimmel's on the fucking flight logs too.
Yeah, I think this does happen, and then all that happens is it gets like put in the box, and they kill that celebrity, and then you're like,
Yeah.
oh, the so and so died.
Oh wait,
like,
actually,
I think that anyone who's
they can't do Jimmy Kimmel though, or any of those. Now that I think about it, because they're pre-recorded. But a live
Yeah,
one.
exactly.
If there is a live
Exactly.
one,
Yeah.
if there's a live one, then that's the one. I recently saw a very interesting film, They Live. I don't know how many people saw that.
Love that movie.
Yeah,
Great
so,
movie.
So it also kind of touches on metaphorically similar things that are going on. Like I think the lizard people thing is silly, with the David Icke and all that. But at the same time, just like I was talking about the Bardos, there is a lizard-like quality in some people, just as there's like other animal qualities in people. That's why we have the constellations and all. Like we represent each other by certain animal forms, which are also in a way thought forms of certain attributes we want to possess, like being a lion, being like king, whatever you want to say here.
But I'm going to give a shout out to. Oh, I'm going to give a shout out to two people I've been meaning to give a shout out to on here. The first one is Corpse in Orbit on Twitter. It's just one word. And he does a podcast called Death is Just Around the Corner. And unfortunately, most of it is paywalled because he's in dire straits financially. So if you guys want to throw dollars his way, he has some of the greatest like occult Americana and weird CIA history podcast. He has like a 6-part series on David Bowie, like a 2-part on Frank Zappa. He's got like a bunch on the on South America, and it's just, he's a fascinating guy, and he's a big time lefty, and obviously a Nazi puncher, so he's not terribly keen on talking to people with like Aryan in their name, obviously. But I'll say that his podcast is fantastic. It's primo shit. Like this guy has some kind of psychic vision. He can see things. He's just an amazing dude, and that's awesome. He like suffers, and part of the reason the podcast is so good is he sounds like a fucking doomer because he's on like a bunch of antidepressants, and he's just like, guys, I made it to another episode without killing myself, and it's just like
oh my god, that's terrible.
And he's like written a bunch of books, but like I want more people to know about his podcast.
Can you buy his books?
Yeah, you can buy his books. He's written a bunch of fiction and nonfiction. He's
but they're like coherent. They're not like Bill Hickman, Bob Hickman
oh no, he's
stuff. Yeah,
he's not schizo. He's not even slightly schizo. He just has like shaman vision.
I truly believe I agree with I mean, if you need help, if it's impeding your life, obviously mental health is a very important topic. I think people discredit or don't pay mind to, but I do agree with the sort of Artie Lang, Gilles Deleuze. Well, no, it was more Felix Guattari that talked about how the schizo is very similar to a lot of like shamanic pathways of thought. Like even Deleuze mentioned when he was talking about in the essay One of Several Wolves, he was talking about Don Juan, how that is very similar to the shamanic mindset. I think there's something to that. Although, of course, I would say that if it's impeding your life, obviously you need help. You know what I mean? It's kind of.
There's schizo and schizotypalism though. Like there's like
yes,
you could be
yeah.
Like the schizotypalism is effectively that kind of behavior, but like within reason to the point where you're not like shitting yourself in public. But
yeah, exactly.
You have to channel it. That's the whole point of schizoanalysis, right? Yeah.
As time goes on, I shit myself more in public.
Well, you could be like Matt Christman and you shit yourself in public like Kush Bomb. So there you go.
The other guy I don't know. See, I might be completely misattributing this to the wrong person on Twitter because I lose track. Like the timeline is just blazing these days with like Aquarian content.
Yeah.
It's getting crazy. But you guys know Deja Rue 22, the Terminate guy or whatever. He does he does like reverse MK Ultra to like turn people into robots or some shit. I don't know. I've never listened to that.
Creed
but he did like
the same thing.
He did a thread. I hope this is him. Sorry if it isn't, but I think he did a thread the other day. He retweeted from ages ago, where he linked a study about the power of visualization to reinforce physical ability. So like when there was a study that he linked where they had one control group that was just practicing a sport, and then the other control group was just practicing in their head, and the results were significant. Like just practicing throwing a ball in your head made them better at throwing a ball, even though they hadn't done it before. Right. And if that's possible, like if you can visualize anything and you can get yourself in that mnemonic space, like that memory palace, and you can create all these structures in your mind, it just makes you think, what is the effects unreality of these people putting these kids into these traumatic situations. Even if magic is completely psychological, what kind of change does that have on the children and on the world that they go out to affect once they've been inhibited by that trauma? And Sonny has posted so much about Gate, and I just keep thinking about how much social engineering has been involved in creating this world. Because looking at these visualization studies, we did visualization exercises when we were in elementary school as part of the GATE program, and I got really good at it in the program. And I'm just thinking to myself, even if John Podesta is just throwing a kid in a hot shower and the kid's screaming, like that one weird World Corp video, like what does that do to a kid's brain? Even if they survive it.
Even if are you saying that? Are you the GATE program? All these Kolyax people are part of the GATE program.
Yeah,
Kolyax is federal operation. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, that's actually something we've considered. We've considered that we're like a sleeper cell group.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we've considered that we're
funny?
like. Yeah.
It's very possible.
You know what's funny? You mentioned Memory Palace. Isn't that where you visualize different objects and spaces, and it's to visualize? Yeah.
Yeah, like you have like rooms you create, and like if you want to learn some concept in science, then you have a room dedicated to that. You abstract that concept into like a sculpture or into the way that the room is organized. And for me, I've always visualized concepts as interlocking rings, but it's kind of hard to put that down on paper. But there's people that do it externally too. John Carmack, who's a genius, if you know famous programmers, John Carmack, as well as Stephen Wolfram and a few other, and I think Donald Knuth, have all said that they can't visualize. They don't have like visualization ability, so they're all like,
see the apple, bro.
They have
yeah,
some
they can't see the apple, but they're fucking geniuses, and they still can't see the apple. And they say that they have to model everything on paper. And like I said in a previous episode, ran into some kids on Minecraft that make physical memory palaces in Minecraft instead of doing it in
that's
heads.
clever.
Well,
yeah.
But I was going to say it's very similar to, two things actually. One is that it's almost similar to a lot of visual artists. Like, for example, in my experience, I could think back to certain pieces that I've painted or drawn, and you could or carved out. And so you could see almost visually when you get to a certain nook of a certain piece of the painting, you could visualize it, and then you could get it. I call it getting into the space. But it's funny because you mentioned that, because it's almost like the mainstream is now coming to play with these ideas. I don't know, Aaron Cowboy, do you know about this show? What's it called? It's a mini series on AMC, because they have all the Walking Dead money, so they could like do these like frivolous things. You know the show? It's with the transgender person. It's called something.
Break the Rules.
Yeah, Break the No. It's called Society of. I can't believe I forgot. It's on the tip. It was a 10-part miniseries. It's about the game. You know that game that the MIT student did where the guy died in the desert.
Yeah.
It was similar to that. Dispatches from Elsewhere. That's what it's called. Dispatches from Elsewhere.
I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. I'll make sure to watch that.
Yeah, the last 2 episodes, honestly, are piss poor. Like, it's all about Jason Segel being an alcoholic at the end. But really, the foil is that
it's a documentary.
In the end, they turn into a documentary. Like, the work becomes the shoot. It was really stupid. But it's about how these group of people are randomly selected from these, like, what do they call it? Tearaway posters. And then there's this evil corporation, and then there's this creative girl that was kidnapped by them, and then there was these people who are free and liberated hippies, and it's basically like a live action, what do they call it, a geo game, and basically they're trying to find this what do they call it, the Elsewhere Society, and it's about like alchemical stone, but the one guy who's this like he's played by Andre 3000, where he's a like spurgy guy that made millions of dollars off of like manipulating the stock market with computers. And he basically has this memory palace that he mentions where he finds different clues through accessing different locations that they've been to through the role-playing game. and it's really has
Oh,
a lot to
shit.
do with spirituality, and it has a lot of like sort of like new age woo stuff to it. And there's a tranny, there's like an HSTS tranny in
Right.
it. So it's really, but it's an interesting show.
You know what that reminds me of is back when Varg still had a YouTube channel.
Yeah, Thulian Perspective.
R.I.P. man, that was
You know how?
Rest in peace.
Yeah, I
That shit was
loved.
lit.
That
Is he
was
still
shit
on
was so
BitChute,
good.
by the way?
He's
Is he
not.
still-
He has archived videos, but he's given up on making videos. He just does Twitter
Oh,
now. I think.
damn.
I'm not sure. Like, I don't think he's ever going to come back to that.
Yeah,
But
shout out to
one of the
Varg.
concepts. Yeah, shout out to Varg.
Made
One of the concepts that he did, like an overarching Varg axiom, was that RPGs are an ancient technology that we used to teach children, like through simulation of things. And there's a video that his wife put up. So his wife puts up those permaganism, like permaculture and paganism videos, where she'll do like a seasonal update of what their family's been up to, and they'll show
part
like,
of a bear cult or something.
yeah, they'll show their like solar panels and what they're planting and shit. But she also showed her kids were learning math by making dinosaurs fight with like rolling d20s, and then they would have hit points. Yeah.
Oh man.
And I just thought that's really cool, and I would have really enjoyed arithmetic a lot more as a kid if I was making dinosaurs fight. So I think there's definitely something to the whole value of RPGs to contain and teach knowledge. And I've talked about this extensively with other people that have played tabletop, where it's either made them better writers, better readers, or like it's opened up some kind of interest category in their life that they didn't have before. And so I totally buy that premise in that show, that you can have this RPG system or this dungeon contain all of this encoded information, because you can really teach people concepts through role playing. It's a great teaching strategy.
Shout out to also I did a series about called Video Games Will Teach You Everything You Need to Know About Life. That's basically that. Yeah, and it's pretty based. It's the exact same idea, but like about like adult shit, like dating and mindset and metaphysics and shit.
What video games did you use? I'm curious about this.
So I did a few of them. So I know I did Tinder messaging for S Pokemon, Safari Zone. I did RPG class, and and like mapping out your life. I know I did leaderboards. I did a few of them, and then I got distracted.
I know. Yeah, I think that's deeply missing is the esoteric video game stuff. But it's a good point, because I think that popular culture, when it comes to the culture industry degrading itself, it seems, I had this tweet and I was almost being semi-ironic, but it's probably true, about how like the things really got bad when professional wrestling became this niche hipster thing that like soy people from Reddit watch instead of like theater for the masses. But when you really think about that, when you think of how like even the UFC doesn't have that same aura, because it's largely like a bro, or it's like either a bro or a nerd thing now. It's very niche. Like if you look at AEW and professional wrestling, it's all this comedy bullshit, postmodern bullshit. But back in the day when wrestling used to be the theater of the masses, where like hot women used to go, and children and parents and grandparents, it's like, and still in Japan and Mexico and Puerto Rico, it's still like that. I think that when you have that public consciousness of a combat sport that has theater, that has theatericity to it, I think that it informed the masses. It's almost like what Werner Herzog said once, believe it or not, where a journalist asked him, "Why do you watch WrestleMania?" He's like, "Well, I want to watch what everybody watches, because that will tell you something deep about our culture and about our current moment." And so when wrestling was like the biggest in the 80s and the 90s, I think that there's something lost by not having that primordial consciousness of a very violent display and theater that most people can access. Maybe video games has that, but video games still is kind of limited as a young person's thing, right?
I think wrestling kind of reflected the hero's journey. Like guys
Yeah.
like Stone Cold and guys like Hulk Hogan, like you can see that.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's gone from media largely. You see it sometimes in anime, but yeah, it was very evident in wrestling.
But in pro,
even in wrestling now, the hero's journey is sort of lost, because it becomes this like, I think the anti-hero is sort of kind of played out in the West, at least, because in Japan, the way that they sell strong style is very traditional, in that here's a guy, they've been rivalries ever since they were in training, they're in the dojo, and now one guy's the champion and one guy wants to be the champion. But it's very body orientated. But now when they have all these like stupid writers and these guys, they got like a whole team of 50 different Hollywood like adjunct writers. It's like, oh my God, they can't have a coherent hero anymore, because who do you know what I mean? Like the last guy you could think of is the Undertaker, maybe. Right?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of it reflects like society. Like now you have, back in the day, you had heroes. These guys didn't want to be wrestlers, but that's what they ended up being. They did it well, and they portrayed that regular guy hero. Now they're all people who are portraying the wrestlers they saw growing up. And I don't know. You see, it just seems weak to me.
Or poor imitation, basically.
Yeah.
Well, on the subject of these spectacles, because having been on a reality TV show, I feel like it's not so far removed to how I imagine they film that kayfabe style of wrestling. Because, okay, it's these contrived situations, but then it spills over into real life and starts to affect things on the outside of the containment zone of the show. And I was inspired by Leibniz, who was a legal philosopher who taught himself math late in life.
Oh, you mean Leibniz, like that made calculus? Leibniz.
Yeah.
And he invented calculus.
Right. Well, at the same time as
No, fuck Newton. He didn't invent calculus. Leibniz invented calculus. I'm dying on that hill.
I want to make a reality TV show called Leibniz, where you have someone like Nassim Taleb teach, I was thinking, pop stars and rappers math later in life. And I thought, because as Cowboy was saying, he would find arithmetic more interesting if you were using it in like a tabletop game or making dinosaurs fight. There might be a way to, make learning fun, like the Reading Rainbow or something.
But here's the problem. Leibniz has like 200 some odd IQ. He's so like, his philosophy, top tier, his math, he literally, he invented calculus. Like, I'm always skeptical of people of like trying to teach. Well, I used to be a teacher, so like I'm like black pilled about teaching anything. Like, honestly.
What do you teach?
I always loved
math.
I
taught
always
math
loved
in
taught math's
TA,
awesome,
but-
man. That explains the origin of crypto, or maybe not, but I don't know.
That's why I like.
No,
crypto.
I hate math. I'm like math illiterate, so I.
But let me just red pill everyone real quick. Let me just red pill everyone on the Newton Leibniz shit. Newton didn't invent. He gets credited because people like to ride his dick, but he really just wanted to solve a physics problem, so he invented like series and shit like that. Leibniz formalized it and made the whole shit. Okay. Made the whole all of calculus. That's what So anyone talk shit.
Now that
make sure they know.
Now that we're talking about big brain shit, I'm going to take this moment to step out of here. But I've had a great time talking to you guys, and thank you, Lev, and everybody else. It's been a pleasure. On the Yak Off Live channel and Skinwalker Tapes archive. I also do a pro wrestling show with Bradshaw Wilson, the Paranormies, and Gio. If you'd ever want to come on and talk about wrestling,
yes, please.
Cash.
Oh shit!
Yeah. I'd love to do that.
I've heard of Skinwalker Tapes. I didn't put two and two together.
Yeah.
I think I heard it on Paranormies episode.
I pal around with those boys. So yeah.
Oh shit! I'll definitely have to subscribe.
Yeah, fucking get it. If anyone wants to fucking be on the show or do any sort of collab or anything, please hit me up. It's been a pleasure, everybody.
It has been a great pleasure.
Nice
Jakob,
yeah,
thank you so
man.
much.
It's really good to meet you.
Thank you.
All right.
Nice to meet you.
Godspeed.
Yeah, dude. Peace.
This is much
I want an
better cheese, by
opportunity
the
to
way.
talk about the.
This is
What do you-
Monterey Jack. This is
Monterey
much better
Jack.
cheese.
Good choice.
I'm a big fan of Munster.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Jarlsberg. Jarlsberg is one of my favorite cheeses.
I'm a port.
Jarlsberg is so good.
I love all
I'm a
those
bocconcini
cheeses.
man.
Yeah.
I love cheese so much.
So I think
You know
we
the
can...
bocconcini?
I like
We
brie
gave
cheese
them
a lot.
everything. The buffalo mozzarella. We gave them coffee. Everything. You were eating cuisine.
Oh wait,
Or he
the
gave you
mozzarella.
the our cuisine.
Yeah, we
That's
got
that's like one of my favorite scenes in the fucking Starbucks with Tony
How do
Soprano.
we miss out on this shit?
Did you know that they're doing a I think
Yeah, they're gonna ruin it. They're gonna fucking ruin it.
I don't want-
You know
yeah.
they're gonna ruin it because it's gonna be you know the
Woke?
Spike.
You're
the
gonna make woke
Spike-
Sopranos?
Yeah, the woke Sopranos. It's gonna be the Spike Lee movie What's that Spike Lee movie? The one that made him famous. It was good. I'm not gonna bash it. Do the right thing. It's gonna be do the right thing, but the evil, racist, white Italians against the poor, innocent black Danks. The Moulin. No, I'm gonna say it. I'm not gonna
the Moulignans.
That scene where
Tetsun.
that scene where Meadow brings her boyfriend home and Tony's
good.
Yeah,
that's one of the best scenes on this show.
He was a fuck boy.
He was a fuck boy.
Fuck that guy, dude. Fuck that guy.
Roommate.
That would never happen to me, by the way. If Meadow brought me home, I'd be in with Tony Soprano. That's white.
Yeah. You know what Moulignan means?
I don't know what it actually means. I just know it's black people.
Okay, Moulignan is a bastardized dialectic from Calabrese Italian. My grandmother and my mother both speak fluent Italian and fluent Calabrese dialect. Okay. So Moulignan is a bastardized American version of melanson. Melanson being eggplant. Get it? Eggplant? Yeah. And of course, Ditsun is a dialect for Tatsuna. And Tatsuna is the racist, like the Italian equivalent of the N-word, right? So, yeah. I don't think that YouTube Jennies know about Tatsuna, so they're not going to... Yeah.
It's like maricon.
Yeah, maricon, but maricon is more like gypsy or Middle Easterner. But gypsy
it's Spanish.
All the Spanish countries say it.
Yeah, and of course, gypsies are zingara. So that usually I have to spit on the floor right now when I say Southern Italian.
You also have a tradition, we Russians have a tradition of like when you step on somebody's foot, then they have to step on your foot, or else you fight.
Yeah, that's crazy. The only Russian I know is like some words here and there, like mostly from the Call of Duty, like Granada to Осторожно.
Осторожно? Is that what you want? Осторожно.
Yeah,
that means careful. Yeah, it means be careful.
Oh, is that what it means?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And by the way, we were speaking about The Sopranos, and I think that it's time to close up shop for tonight. And I really want to thank Serpentmound for joining us today. We had an amazing interview, and we had a great talk afterwards.
Happy to be here.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy you're here now. Oh man, that's the cheese. I'm trying to get a cheese dream because Jules was talking about getting cheese dreams and that they're like really weird. So I want to see what happens tonight. But speaking of dreams and speaking of The Sopranos, last time I told you that I had a dream about Tony Soprano wanting to go to Dr. Melfi. So now I'm going to tell you my dream that I had last night where I made out with Ivanka Trump.
Oh!
The young Ivanka? The supermodel Ivanka or old Ivanka?
She was like around the same age that I think she was with Jared Kushner, because I really do think that I was cucking Kushner in this dream. She was.
Lev is already astrally undermining the election through Felix's dream attack. He's progressed enough.
Kind of weird telluric energy that's around her. Yeah.
He's progressed enough in like Kundalini yoga now that he's gonna like take the dark path and become a Drugpa and start like attacking people through their dreams and shit.
Lev, I'm fairly sure Kushner had the same dream, but from his point of view.
John Cho
sitting in his corner just watching.
Yeah. Did John Cho dream of the butterfly, or did the butterfly dream of John Cho?
Well, what ended up happening in that dream was that I was at this seminar, like this Jewish seminar. I'm not sure if it was in the synagogue. I don't think so. It was like some kind of center. And there were people who were seated. It was kind of like a classroom in a way. Like they were just seated on these seats. And Ivanka was seated on the lower right side. I was seated like more closer to wherever the podium was. And I remember I was going all over, and I was asking them like, "Hey guys, like, do you realize that the Kabbalah is very similar to a lot of these other spiritual maps of consciousness, like Yggdrasil?" And I even mentioned Freemasonry to this kid who was there, who had on a shirt with the Freemason logo, not just the logo, but like he had like the columns there, and he had like all the stuff there. I was just like, dude, the Kabbalah is just like your shirt. It's like the same system. And they seem to be ignoring me, like they didn't want to admit that this is like all the same perennial stuff. Anyway, I went over to Ivanka, we started flirting, and then we started making out. And I think people were kind of weirded out by the fact that we were doing that. But then I got back to my seat, And then what ended up happening was that as stuff went on, there were like comedians who came on stage, but not to do comedy, just like to do some kind of an announcement. And then I remember things started getting nuts. All the women in the audience just started going like full Kali mode, and they just started tearing the place apart.
Midsummer.
Yes, exactly. It was like just all craziness. So I rescued Ivanka and this other woman who I know, although I don't remember who she was, but she in the dream was somebody who I actually know from real life. I just don't remember who. I rescued them, but also the funny thing was that I took there was like some giant column with a welcome sign to the event, and I took that welcome sign column and I also dragged it out of there. But at a certain point I was like, why am I carrying this thing? I don't need this, and I'm actually stealing. I should bring this back. So I brought back the column, and then there was this woman who went out and just started just did this primal scream. And I think that was because I saw this episode of Xavier Renegade Angel that night with this guy. Let's see, what was his name? His name was Dark Notion. I don't know if you guys remember this goth
Oh yeah,
kid.
yeah. That
Yes,
one. Yeah,
it's my Dark Notion. And I think that was the inspiration for this crazy woman who just started going nuts because she kind of looked like him. So anyway, that was my dream last night. That's
full of symbolism right there.
Yeah.
About rescuing the maiden and your friend.
Two maidens.
What is the right side of the cigarette? What is on the very far right? It's the of the Kabbalah, the tree of life. There's the you're on the far left and she's on the far right. That the way they cross has a significance. I forget which two elements are there.
Let's see. I'm looking it up right now. I don't see why they're not showing what the names are. They're showing. Let's see. Netza. I'm actually not familiar with that one. Why don't they have the English translations here? Damn it. Okay. I'm sure
good shit.
I'm sure I'll find it. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm just gonna look up what. Okay, so I was around Bina, and she was around Neza. I mean, Yesod and Malchut, the two lower ones. If I don't think anybody was sitting there, so I'm just just being very general here. So Neza, let's see. What is Neza? Remind everybody to subscribe right now that you're listening. Okay, here we go. Oh boy, why is this so tough? I don't understand. I always got the right Kabbalah thing here, and now it's not giving me the right stuff. Here we go. What is this? Is this it? It's all in Hebrew. God damn it. Okay, I don't know what. Oh, here we go. No, it's still. Oh, here we go. This is how it's spelled. Netzach. That's it. Okay, Netzach. Let's see what Netzach means. Okay, it means eternity. It's the 7th of the 10 Sephirot in Jewish mystical system of Kabbalah. Okay, what does it mean? Netzah generally translates to eternity, and in the context of Kabbalah refers to perpetuity, victory, or endurance. That's it, victory, that's what it is. And I was in Bina, and Bina, let's see what Bina is. Bina is supposed to be either wisdom or understanding. Which one is that? It is supposed to be understanding. There we go. So I was in understanding, and she was in victory.
Do you know the David Bowie Kabbalah stuff? This is a really good thing to tie the show up with, actually, because this relates to everything we've talked about, even back to those podcasts. But okay, so do you know when he made Station to Station, he lost his memory of making that album completely? He has no memory of making it. And at the time, he was going through this thing where he said there were demons showing up in his apartment in LA, and he was terrorized by all of this stuff, and he was taking coke at the same time, and then he made Station to Station while he was blasted and lost all memory of it. And when he was cutting the record, I mean, the opening lines of the album talk about him moving in reverse down the tree of life, into the world of form, and then descending. And he made every song gets progressively darker. There's the last prayer or reference he ever made to Jesus on any of his songs was on that album. And then he gets to the point on this song called Stay where he's begging this girl to stay in his house to protect him from himself and from from all this darkness and all this uncertainty. And then the last song on the album culminates with him singing this cover song that's kind of like a dirge for man, and he's talking down to his own listeners. And then he loses his singing voice after he does that, and he has to recover it. And then the next Berlin album that he makes is he does a song called Sound and Vision, where he talks about how he had to stay in his room, meditate. He saw electric blue colors, and he started having to get his singing voice back. And then progressively, after Station to Station came out, he gets more and more esoteric until the end of his life. In Black Star, where I posted just the other day on my Twitter, in the last like 30 seconds of the video, he's in shaman clothes dancing in the last part of that song, and nobody knows it's Bowie, but I did my research, and that's him. And in the 80s, he went to Bangkok to talk to a shaman, and there's footage of it. And so I'm 150% sure that Bowie was initiated as a shaman after he had that experience with that album, and that he was like going through shaman disease. So that's something interesting to dig into. And another person that believes the same thing is the guy who did that Death is Just Around the Corner podcast, which is how I found out about him, because I was looking into if anybody else had shamanic Bowie theory. So that's something interesting to look into.
That is quite something. That is amazing. I will definitely look into that. And also, I think I want to save this for our next show. I would really love to get into Twin Peaks and talk about David Lynch and his world, and how he's also protecting celebrities, and in a good way, like protecting the ones who from all this horrible stuff.
Yes.
So,
that's a very good topic, and there's a lot to cover there, including the weird death of Jack Nance and all of this other shit that surrounded Lynch's stuff. That's just a complex puzzle to solve there.
I look forward to that very much. We're definitely gonna have like a special Twin Peaks episode. I think that would be phenomenal. So let's actually go reverse, because Serpentmound is on top over here. So let's start with Gio. Final thoughts.
No, it's been fun as always, and don't. My advice for people would be treat social media more responsibly, and never become a Janny, and never become a capo, and never attack people that you think it's like la ha ha funny meme. And because la ha ha funny memes, they can bite you in the ass eventually, and they could lead you down a very bitter black pill spiral. And a lot of people can get caught in certain egregores on social media that is very counterproductive to being a flourishing human. So there you go. Without saying specifically, that's my message.
Definitely. That was really well said.
And subscribe, Love and Jules, Patreon, $20 tier. I will give you a print from That Feel When No GF series. And it'll be a print of my choosing, so it's one of the 5. But
Nice.
I've released the first one. But I will release the second one soon, which will be, I think, the Buffalo Jack one. So that's going to be pretty cool.
Gio, thank you so much for this incredible offer. I know our patrons will really appreciate it, as we do. And
yeah, DM Levin Jules your info, like with your full address and everything, and they'll give it to me, and I'll ship it.
Absolutely. And like I was saying before, we already have two new $20 patrons. In fact, one was a $5 patron, and they changed it to $20, and I don't think it's a coincidence. So, Gio, you are amazing. Thank you so much, buddy. So, Sophia.
Well, again, thank you for having me on. This is really, really interesting. A lot of really important knowledge was dropped, so I highly recommend to any viewers, if you weren't taking notes, go back and take notes, because there was a lot of really interesting stuff. I know I was sitting here with pen in hand. So, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Bane.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you very much for having me on the show tonight. I was very happy that I was able to, speak my mind about this stuff a bit. If you haven't already, sub to or follow all these guys on Twitter. Definitely subscribe to the Patreon. And for those who don't know, I'm a music producer. And for the next 3 months, I'm doing commissions for free. Like right now, I'm working on something for 11 Jules for a little intro for the podcast. And
nice. Get some
Nice.
music in here.
Thank
That's
you.
gonna be exciting, dude.
yeah, so
Thank you.
if you are in the Break the Rules Discord, I'll probably be putting something in that in the next few days. If you guys want a little sneak peek at what's to come.
I love it.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much. Cowboy.
Well, speaking of Bane's music, we got the Cali Zine and the Cali Cast coming out. The Cali Cast is going to be down the road. The Cali Zine, there's so many great articles and pieces of art that are already submitted. It's going to be awesome.
Drake Theory is in the Cali Zine.
Yeah, I saw it. I read it. I was thrilled, man.
Hopefully, I will
Great work.
contribute an article. I will be
Thank you.
reviewing my friend Yuck's artwork for Cali Zine.
Oh, dude, that's perfect because there's so much good content already. I did a short story, but to keep it short. Okay. Yeah, check out the Cali Zine on Twitter. Let me find the Twitter username. It is Cali _ KALI_zine ZINE. So check that out. Other than that, nope. I don't really have much to say other than thank you, spirits.
Will the Cali Zine be like a monthly thing, or how's it going to work?
Well, it's kind of hard to do monthly because there's like we already have people past the original deadline because some people are moving, some people like didn't find out about the zine until later, so we're just kind of like playing it loose with the deadlines. And I think that means that it'll probably be more like a typical zine release schedule where it's quarterly or where it's just like when everybody has it submitted. But we have a very talented editor and she knows who she is. So anyway.
Yeah. And I think the next few, I think going forward, some of the issues are going to be based around a specific theme. So,
there you go.
It's going to be very interesting.
Excellent.
A real zine that's not like cringe and PAY like every other college zine. I'm kidding. I don't mean to catch shade, but a lot of zine culture has a lot of like very far left politics. So yeah, there you go.
Very, very talented people in the works helping on with all this stuff. So it's great stuff.
Nice. Jules.
I thought Bears was gonna go before me.
I was kind of doing like the same thing.
I could say, I let me roll with it. I love this talk. This was a lot of fun. I love talking about fishing and tabletop gaming and getting into some of these esoteric ideas. People that watch the show know that we bounce around all over the place. And I should probably, like Sophia, break out my pencil and start taking notes. But that's also why we have the Discord, which is our private chat community. And it's been fastly developing alongside our recent streams. And I'm excited to see this whole thing evolve and take shape. It feels like it's has a mind of its own, which it really does. And I just feel very humble or as Young Pharaoh would say, noble to be able to birth something that is an extension of all of us.
Definitely. No bull with a V. Verse.
I think the final thoughts will be I really think that you should look into everyone needs to go back and look into like Christian or like Western theology in general. It's something so simple. There's that verse like Mark 6:23 or something like that, where like faith as small as a mustard seed can like move a mountain or whatever. You need to understand that you could be in hell or heaven like in this life, like with a flip of a switch based on moving towards the divine and creating and like blah blah blah. So anyway, good stuff there. Secondly, obviously I never do this, but subscribe to my channel version_4 my podcast.
See my interview that I did with her.
Yeah, listen to Serpentmound interview. Shit is lit. And yeah, I'm gonna have more cool people, cool schizos, philosophers, the whole nine.
Excellent. Now, before I go to the man of the night, Serpentmound, I'm going to do something I have not done before, which is shout-outs. So, shout-out to the people in the chat. Randy Lenz, Hero Alchemy, definitely legit. Rody Marr, Flavortown resident. I don't know what that is, but I love it. Mr. Hand, one of my favorites. AW11, criminally retarded. Let's see who else we got here. The Problem. Let's see, anybody else we got? I see Fap Salad, very nice name.
That's what?
Fap Salad.
Oh, boy, like toss salad, but
yeah,
Fap Salad.
Yeah, Fap Salad.
Need some dressing, I guess.
Yes, Kyle Napoleon. Let's see. I think these are Jay Wiley.
Flavortown resident.
Yes, Temujin. Temujin is my man, because every time I come in here, I ask, is the sound okay? And Temujin says, yes, the sound is good, and I feel really good inside. Okay, so Father Grigori, how could I forget? Father Grigori, thank you so much for watching. You guys are all amazing. Blue Shoe, part of our Blue Shoe is part of our Discord channel, and so you guys go to Discord. We DM us. We're gonna send you the link, or DM at @LevinJules, and we'll send you the link. And de facto, let's see if there's anybody else. I think that's pretty much it. So let's go to the main dude tonight, Serpentmound. Thank you so much for being here.
I was happy to do this.
I'm happy you did it.
Final thoughts.
Yeah.
Go listen to my I guess watch my interview with Verse. That was really fun. Go subscribe to his channel, subscribe to 11 Jules, subscribe to their Patreon, of course. Check out my YouTube channel, Barbell Outdoors Fishing. That's I do some pretty cool fishing YouTube videos. Follow me on Twitter. That's about it. I mean, if you like my stuff, you know where to find me.
Excellent. And by the way, one final super shout out. This is a super shout out. Lance Audette, one of our patrons. Lance, thank you so much for the patronage. I really appreciate it. You're going to be getting that picture from Geo really soon. So thank you guys so much. This has been amazing. And
thank you.
Yes. And I will see you guys soon. We're going to have another stream coming up on Tuesday and on Thursday, and either next Thursday or the following Thursday, Geo, it's going to be sowing discourse with you, my brother.
Oh boy. Oh my God.
Let's do it.
Getting Delusion.
Be great.
So get ready for that. All right, guys, thank you so much. This has been a pleasure as always. Take care.
All right, thank you very much.